It's 9:45. Did we get, the 20 minutes? Is that?
I would say today I can take the meeting minutes, and then for the council meeting, moving forward, she can start taking them because logistics wise.
Yeah, I asked her to put it down. You guys.
No,
She said she had a bad day. So, while we're waiting, let's, do the thing, start with prayer. Before I move to the flag. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, thank you for all the people that have come together to serve this town under your guidance. We pray to be of service and if you can say this for us. You can stand on that. I pledge allegiance to the flag,
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I pledge to build a stronger and more prosperous community by advocating for civil engagement, respecting others and their viewpoints, and finding solutions for the betterment of our town, of the town of Orland.
Your motion to approval of March town budget approved agenda.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for discussion. Hearing none, we vote all in favor of approval of March town budget approved agenda, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Well, that's the town administrator for
what? He's gonna go correct to you. No, we're not voting on the resolution, but it's just been there, we discussed the goals, so we'll be starting. Now, this is the budget narrative, but we're all referenced, okay, so that's, and then, the budget and stuff. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, no thanks. I was just asking about this. There's still, I can bring it up from that.
I think that's when we, this will be decided at the April meeting.
So I wanna find a way to re-say this, because I don't want, this is gonna be the record, but I don't want the public to think that these, I wanna find a way to say it otherwise than because I don't want them to see including public, include safety services, the infrastructure as a road priority. The issue, you know, I like the plan, I just think that kind of thing for that. So it's a nomenclature issue. If I think it's something better, I'll the suggestion. So that before we adopt that, I would like to find another way to say that.
And council members, just let me know when you're ready for me to start going.
I still feel it, come on, I don't feel good.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
Yeah, you go. Let me know when you're all set. Along with. Council ready?
Yes.
So typically for the budget retreats, for everybody who's new to this, I typically go line item by line item. To discuss all of the revenues for both the general fund and the water fund. And also the expenditures for both of those. This is a draft budget, if there's any items that this is for the council, if there's any items that you'd like to add, you'd like to change. Or if you have any questions, feel free to interrupt me at any point in time. And if we can move forward from there. So I will be starting, I did prepare a budget narrative for everyone. Highlighting some of the key points that I will be discussing today. In those, I included a, last year's comparison for budget to actual, and that's also represented in the proposed budget. A list of all of the, proposed events that are coming up, a list of all pending major developments. There's also a, profit and loss statement for both last fiscal year and this fiscal year. It also includes the water department's 12-page plan that's provided to the council at the last meeting for any capital improvements. Do apologize for the noise, the ramp is currently being rebuilt. So they're just doing some prep work today and getting the permanent today. In addition, there's also some other ways of how I calculated it, some clarifying items for the budget. It also includes the proposed park board budget. And
I was going, can you just note that Mr. Brown joined us at, since he wasn't here for the original roll call? Thank you. Sorry,
that's okay.
just to,
It's free flowing conversation.
Yeah, I know.
Anytime you guys want to feel free, because I'll be talking for quite a long time. And any questions related to anything that I just stated so far? All right.
I have everything, to math and to mayor. I've looked through it online, I'm just, but I don't know if I can do it now. Just technical, so it's. Was this, was the email delivered online, or just the first time I've seen it?
It was delivered online. It was always included with my budget narrative.
No, it's maybe it's like put to the on, but I got. Thank you for down, you know. These are the 500.
Yes.
Yeah, I think last year's budget.
Yeah, the last year's budget is, when you look at the physical budget itself, it's represented as FY 2025-2026. Our fiscal year starts July 1 and ends June 30th. So this fiscal year would start July 1, 2026 and goes through June 30th, 2027. And our budget follows the state budget year. So theirs is also July 1 through June 30th.
So there is a copy of last year's budget.
Yeah, you know, in the first column, so when you look at the proposed budget, the first column is gonna be. What was approved for FY 2025-2026, the actual of what we are showing currently in QuickBooks, and then the proposed budget. For 2026-2027. The percentage change is showing for just the changes between budget to budget, not budget to budget. And I will start from the top for when you're looking at your packets. I'm starting from just the budget itself where it says general fund. I'm starting off with revenues at the very beginning where it says taxes from the municipal association. So these are taxes that we collect from the municipal association, the telecommunications tax, the insurance tax, and the brokerage tax. Those are all that are reported to the state, and then we get them back on a varying basis. You'll notice for our actual for the insurance tax, I just want to highlight that we get that typically closer to the end of the fiscal year because that's associated with our business license year, and the business license year has been stated from the state, which starts May 1st and ends April 30th.
this one,
On the document where it looks like the sheet where it says general fund, and I'm talking at the revenues. At the very top where it says taxes from MASD, which is
Page one.
yes.
Catherine, is it safe to assume, because we have to accept this budget prior to June 30th, that this insurance number will be updated
Yeah.
sometime in May? Okay.
Yes, so as soon as I get those updated numbers, they'll be reflected in the actual.
So we'll know before we actually approve, final
Yes.
approval.
Yes, and then all of those will be updated before final approval. Again, any line items that you would like to see changed, just let me know, because this is the council's budget. So you could just let me know of any changes that you would like to see prior to first reading. Any recommended changes or anything like that.
So for my, like, if I just start at the top. Right, I understand 3181 telecom tax,
Yes,
$5,000 is what. But what the council estimated
yes,
that it's going to receive
yes,
in the last 2025, 2026. And then what was actually received was 3,000.
yes.
Year to date.
Yeah, year to date, so as of March.
That's important, the year to date part, because we've still got April, May, all of June for 3 months, and then like, if we go down 1, 2, 3 lines to the $204,000 number.
That's all of that added up, so that's the telecommunications, the insurance tax and the broker's tax, that's the total for taxes received.
So the tell is the 103182 insurance tax up to 80,000, is that the one you're asking about?
That's the one that I referenced where we're going to receive the most amount of those funds towards the end of our current fiscal year, because the bulk of those receipts are received with the business license year.
All right, so that's why there's such a big discrepancy, those two columns.
Yes, and you can see where I underestimated the broker's tax. Where we estimated $19,000 and we received 21,000 and some change. So I've estimated an increase with the amount of sales and homes that we would see a slight increase, continual increase in our broker's tax.
Right. Well, that's a pretty big skew to keep in mind that there are revenues to be received as it's obvious in that insurance tax question. And that's a lot of information to remember, we're going to get more, a lot of them, like $170,000 by the guess.
But we'll know that before July 1st, before we do final approval.
This last time this did that to issue. We adopted the budget last year.
Because we don't get any of that money until the end of the fiscal year. We never get it until May.
Right. So, showing projected 26, 27 budget. What we have here now is 21,950, 22 year to date. Right?
Yes. That is for just broker's tax.
And it's like maybe there was insurance.
Yes. Yes, the insurance is the one that across.
So, okay, I don't know if this staff, I'm just asking questions, but we budgeted for $180,000 in insurance payments. Year to date, $607,000. That come at one time, in increments.
They come in increments, and so the bulk,
Without the
the,
679, 1, 2, 3, 5, yes.
that's just one right now.
So then we're gonna have how many more between then and the end of our fiscal year, which very one. So they have about their balance
The 180,000, I'm estimating for 2026-2027 that we're going to get.
So that, how many times, how many increments would that be?
That would be for the total.
Well, I understand that, but we got 679.99, why did we get that? Did it without, without getting the rest of 180,000. You understand what I'm saying? We got $700,000, $700, it's a chunk of 180. Then we're supposed to get 180 within 2 months, 3 months.
Yes, because
So that comes again at one big lump.
so we'll get. A disbursement April 7th, 2026, we'll get a big disbursement, we'll also get one May 5th, 2026. We'll also get one June 2nd, 2026, and June 23rd, 2026. So we'll be getting a lot of them, and then for the remainder of the year, where they go into the next fiscal year, which would be starting in August 2026, September and December, so those. Are 3 for like the most time up fiscal year.
But this kind of stuff that reflected on a monthly financial.
Yes, they are.
It, if there was a cash flow plan, it could be reflected. Otherwise, you just have to know that historically, this is how it plays out.
To answer my question, you studied yesterday, we did this mention in the monthly financial statements.
Is it in your narrative?
It is in the, when you look at the profit and loss statements currently, it'd be represented on it.
On monthly financial.
Yes, where we include the profit and loss statement.
That's
attached
the new stuff. We didn't.
Yes, but moving forward, we're also gonna be including the budget to actual. Line items.
Does anybody sitting in this table understand that?
Yes, I understand it.
Bit of all that. But
Yes.
the point I'm trying to make is, since I'm such a financial dummy, respect this stuff. I would like to see it on a monthly basis. Here's what we've gotten so far. Here's what's been spent out. Here's what we're getting. Here's what we're gonna see. Does that make sense? That's how I have to run my household budget. It's like, well, hey, I know I'm gonna get this money at this particular time, and I'm gonna use it for these things. And I don't get that.
Wouldn't
I'm
that,
not getting that now.
yeah, that would be just like a monthly revenue and expense report, right? That would be reflected in that,
But we don't get that.
right?
We can get that.
Right now, what you're receiving is a month profit and loss statement. With each of the monthly financial reports. For what we currently see the council.
I know.
But they could be more detailed. Yeah.
That's.
People certainly sit down and say, this is the report the council expects to get on a monthly basis, the financial report that shows simple stuff like that. Like Desiree said, we should be looking at the.
Everything I've been to municipal association, you've been looking at that stuff.
Yeah, Desiree said once a week. All right, so let's make progress.
Okay.
Easy.
Are there any other questions related to the taxes from the municipal association? I'll move on to their franchise fees. So this is with Berkeley Electric Dominion, formerly known as SCE&G, and Home Telecom. So in lieu of paying a business license, utilities are able to pay a franchise tax to the town. Berkeley Electric came in higher than anticipated, so we've received $130,762.93. So I'm estimating approximately $130,000, because that was a big increase. Since looking at previous fiscal years,
Was there an explanation for the 18.18% increase?
New homes.
because we have new homes coming online.
Right.
So all of the land developments that have been built and being on Berkeley Electric. There's also been a slight increase for those homes that are on Dominion Energy.
So you could probably project higher.
And we're not done yet. Yeah, still have a few more months, right?
Berkeley Electric is one time, so these franchise fees are like a one-time check. That we received, so we haven't received home telecoms yet. But looking over previous budget years and fiscal years, the $4,000 is a good rough estimate for home telecom. But for Berkeley and for Dominion, we can go slightly higher. I was being very extremely conservative in those franchise fees, since I was surprised with the $130,000 in this previous year.
But doesn't the same logic apply for home telecom? Cause all those homes need internet
Well, yeah, that's they use Verizon.
or AT&T, I don't. And if they are using AT&T or Verizon, why aren't we getting franchise fees from them? And I don't know the answer. I'm just asking that question.
No, but I can find out why.
I mean, these things involve wires, that
Well, no, they've all laid cable and they all lease it from each other.
Verizon, like.
But they're leasing it from someone else, probably AT&T or Home Telecom has laid the fiber and they lease it to the other telecom companies. That's how it works.
I think.
That is interesting, if Berkeley Electric, who has a lion's share of all, competes just a little bit with Dominion, that's just a tiny little share. The,
I just said that Home's not the only, they're not the only provider.
Wise Home Telecom alone, their franchise.
Correct.
Are there franchise fees out there for providers that are? That are
They've been
competitive?
subsidized. They have been subsidized by the federal government, that's what we have. Otherwise it wouldn't come in.
But the idea that Home Telecom has competitors who are not paying franchise.
I can ask, inquire for Verizon, AT&T, or does Xfinity come out here at all?
I don't know about Xfinity, but maybe Segra, because I'm pretty sure they laid the fiber that Sod Solutions has in front of our building. SCGRA,
Just a little simple note.
yeah.
But I can find that out for the council before first reading and update everyone.
And maybe the difference is residential versus commercial, because like Segra is more of a commercial provider, which is why they terminated at Sod Solutions, and then why Home came and laid fiber in our neighborhood. If that makes sense.
So at the last budget retreat, when I was looking at our code of ordinances, we only called out subcontractors and rate class 8.1. However, when communicating with the county, we actually do call out every single rate class. So it would be all of your restaurants, landscapers, janitorial services, in addition to contractors. And we have received a very large sum of business license revenue, so we've received currently $289,234.91. I'm being conservative in this revenue projection. Again, I'm increasing it only by 12%. Just in case with the way that the economy is currently looking at for how much business license revenue we actually are going to collect. But the bulk of that line share is going to be shown from probably your contractors and all of the new home business, new developments coming online.
It's not paid in installments or.
Yes, so that's paid monthly from the county, that we receive for the business license fees. All of these are ones that we receive directly from Charleston County. We have reached out to the revenue collections agency, where they will be able to provide their business license software on our computers, so we could be another licensee. So we wouldn't have to purchase new business license software. They could still be our business license official, but we would be able to handle that in-house. In order to do that, for instance, like somebody coming in and purchasing a building permit, and they're saying, I wanna do this job, they could be able to get the zoning permit and update their business license all with us. And then the only thing that they have to handle at the county is going to building services. Right now, if somebody needs to go and get their building permit and their business license with the county, they come to us. They then have to go to revenue collections, which is in a different part I don't think that they're not in the,
Building services.
Yeah.
This, I mean, location, they're there, but they're not.
yeah, they don't
They don't
communicate.
communicate.
Thank you, I was looking at Takia, she handles a lot of the bulk of these questions. They don't communicate very well, so like they have to get the business license update and then to go to building services, the issuance of the building permit. The other benefit to having that is for the business license official, they also handle the state portal. So per Act 176. In South Carolina, all municipalities, all jurisdictions that issue a business license tax has to follow the same tune. We all have to have our year start May 1st and April 30th. I don't know why they didn't do the July 1 from June 30th, but they did May 1 through April 30th. And then you would have to get it within each jurisdiction, but you can apply online through the state portal and they would be able to send those fees to us. So they not only handle people doing it in-house, they also handle it online and we would still have those resources. They also conduct audits from time to time on those different businesses.
These are county officials
Yes,
and.
through revenue collections today.
Building contractors.
This would also handle like the CV restaurant, the CV outpost,
Business license.
they do get a business license.
They want to.
No, they have to, so any business conducting business within the town of Allentown must have a business license.
Well, I know that, but obviously all of them don't have one.
They,
We don't have people go out and find them, they can get one.
we don't have a code enforcement division driving around.
So, to get back to what you were talking about, it appears from what I gathered from that conversation is they won't give you a building permit unless you company business license, correct?
Correct,
So most of this money is coming from the builders, the contractors.
yes,
See, the restaurant will just go pay because they felt like it. You know, our outpost would go pay because they felt like it. It's not somebody's account. They got to do it.
it would be reversed, so the person who would be telling them would be the county. As the business license official, the state, you have removed your business
So
license.
we get benefit their enforcement aspect from there, but they'll, obviously, you can go to the brick and mortar stuff, because everything can't get away from you. But, you know, other stuff out there, anybody doing anything, they're not.
David, black, if we're do it for that year, you would see like, hey, if you don't renew it within X amount of days, there's a late penalty associated with it. But again, from the enforcement side, it would come from the county.
Do we have a list of all businesses that have business licenses?
I can obtain that list, however, when you do look at Act 176. Per that law, you can confirm if somebody has a business license, you cannot advertise that they do have a business license, so if we don't. Accurately retain a record of it, like if you wanted to have me ask, hey, I need to. See if this business has one, I can confirm yes or no, but I can't give any more details related to that.
So we don't have a list of businesses inside. Really good list to have, that's a chunk of revenue, maybe they will do see in that, maybe the business licenses. So I'm surprised we can't get a list of all the licensed businesses in town.
Most of the licenses in town are home occupation or like small business licenses like that, but they still have to pay their share of taxes to the town in order for them to have their business, but because of the way that we don't have too many commercialized spaces, so we don't have a lot of brick and mortar commercial businesses. A lot of individuals in town take on home occupation businesses and they do administrative work or whatever from home. But they do still have to pay their fair share.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah,
But that's interesting, we can't get a list of businesses, Those be the big something.
right now, the only list that we can pull up would be ours in our system of the business licenses that we issue, but to go beyond the software, hard to acknowledge what businesses are actually in.
Well, you get a list of every licensed businesses within town.
Yes, the town can obtain the list of the businesses, but to like share that with the public, there's very strict rules in Act 176.
But I think it'd just be good to know, like, who want to get businesses in our town. Might be very informational meeting. And the whole council, if we can get that list.
Any questions related to business licenses? Building permits is the same thing now. Last year, we only get 10% of building permit revenue from the county. We did bring in at the council retreats CNI services for their providing. They can give us 12%, if not more, related to building permits. Building permits include what they review from the plan review side for any new construction. It also handles any sub-trade permits. So if there's a general contractor on the job and then they have an electrician, a plumber, or a mechanical permit, that would also fall underneath that building permit revenues. We receive that on a monthly basis from the county. And that would show how many permits were pulled for the month prior to that.
Other question now, since we got so much money for the electric and ostensibly expend, because if there's more growth, people coming online and buy electricity, how come the building permit is lagging so bad?
It's based on our permit fees follow Charleston County building permit fees.
But that's true, what I'm saying, there should be a whole lot of money. Close to 20,000, and we budgeted 42 on a monthly basis, so we only got 3 months to pick up the balance of 20,000, 42,000 if we need our budget anticipation. But yet Berkeley got $30,000. How can that be?
It's 10% of just, there's some building permits that are like a flat rate, so I only get 10% of the $50 permit, so I'm only getting $5 per permit.
You see what I'm saying?
I do understand.
2,000, and we're not even halfway there yet, we only got a couple months to go. And just with this rate. And not much of more homes being built, seems like that number should be like high.
Except there's sometimes a lull between building. Like our neighborhood, they didn't go in and build all 27 homes at one time. They build it, they build a spec, they sell one, they build it.
It's giving us more money because people are hooking up and use their service. They had to get a building permit to get in the position to do that. Why are we so deficient on building permits?
We can also review how much the county is charging for each of those building permits, and the council can state how we want to increase our fees accordingly.
These permits could have been issued, bad.
I think they're only good for 6 months. They're no good. But I don't know if anybody's even come around and doing those kind of inspections, if you need them. And the biggest, you know what I'm saying, imagine $42,000. Here you are, 3 months left in a year and. It's in June. And we're not.
$50,000 shy, that's,
It raises the question in my mind.
We can talk with building services about that. We can also go to, if we go to CCNI services, we can set the fees. They would also be handling the inspections. We would have access to their software where we can pull it and state, hey, these are all of our permits, and keep a track record of it more accurately for when they submit the checks to us. Right now, we do not have access to the Charleston County building services for all the permits. They're just submitting it to us. Additionally, that's also based on if people are pulling the necessary permits that they need to. If they're not pulling permits and we don't have a strong code enforcement side, it would state that we're not collecting on some of those revenues.
Sure, a lot of people aren't doing work from, they're not the ones who are, they're small.
CC is like, I have a question.
Yes.
Like, what do we do to get it on track?
There was, I'm sorry,
Oh.
there was a thing presented to us, right?
Yes, ma'am. So in order to start going down the code enforcement side, there would be multiple steps that we need to do. One, we would need to set up a code enforcement division within our town and also a mutual agreement for who's going to be our clerk of court, who is also going to be our court. We can work with the magistrate court. And then you'd also have to look at our audits because each year you would also have a court audit that would go in tandem with it to show where all of those court revenues are going. So I would just play around with those numbers, but it would be a specific line item to show for like. It would be a separate fund in our budget that would be deliberate for just code enforcement and tickets.
But CC and I, when are we gonna get it? Like, everybody's got credit card. We make more money if we do it through those instead of saying they have internal code enforcement for costs. When are we going to, when does it come up and we go, yes, CC, I would love to pay more money on this and. And do about it, what do we have to do to get sign contract for CC?
It would be at a council. At the council's discretion, it would be an action item on an agenda with a copy of the contract. And council to vote in the affirmative to execute that contract for credit terms prescribed.
Did they give us an official proposal? I know they presented.
I
don't remember seeing
checked
it.
for my emails, I think. Downey did send it to me right after I got sent out the budget, so I can send that to the council.
Can we possibly add that?
Now, right,
Can we possibly add that to the April agenda? That way we can go into effect July 1.
Is that something that should be on Daniel's plate?
Well, Daniel and Takia have both sat through that and they both recommend CCNI services.
So,
The only thing that they currently do not provide is floodplain management. But we can train our staff to be able to get the accreditations to be a certified floodplain manager and then handle that all in-house. We can handle your own floodplain fees for anybody who is
so
our jurisdiction.
I guess what I'd wanna see is, what's the action plan to ramp this up?
We can have that ready for Thursday's meeting.
We've already spoken to CCNI twice. We've also spoken to some other possibilities, but I think landing on CCNI might be a little more lucrative for us.
Right, but then, so it's not just a matter of saying, okay, let's start next week with CCNI. We need to put some things in place, right?
The report from the planning department to say that we spoken to them. And
Yeah, I would think from the planning department.
Like they presented, like say they sent a contract. And is that right?
Well, we didn't get the contract until when I sent out the budget, like around that same time frame. So it's.
But do we have all the people in place, the systems in place to throw the switch? No, and that's my point. Let's come up with the action plan.
That's what we want to do, but so.
Oh.
Maybe these guys gonna write you a ticket if your grass is too tall, if you're gonna jump the car in your yard, or are they gonna go around and make sure that your foundation is proper setback from the property line, they're gonna make sure your building's not too tall, I mean, what?
There's two different avenues for CCNI services, so there is just for them to handle the building side of it. If you would like to add that tandem of code enforcement, that's a separate charge. So $75 an hour, a minimum of 4 hours, and I have spoken with the town of North Ballinville related to doing in tandem code enforcement. So in that way, part-time they would be here, and part-time they would be with the town of North Ballinville. I just have to work that out with CCNI services. Because then that way we can encompass both of ours, so they'd be paying for part of
So that's
that.
how the building bill does, it's code enforcement is through CC and that.
No, they
have-
have a part-time code enforcement officer, however, their hours are varying. Is that part-time code enforcement officer received another position elsewhere, so they only had one officer part-time. And it wasn't every single day drive, and I don't think that they were driving around, they were more reactive. So they received a complaint and they went to go investigate it, and if after their investigation it warranted further action, they were able to act on that, they weren't actively patrolling, then that was my understanding. And that would be also a council discussion as well for code enforcement, for being more proactive or reactive. Of like, hey, when you're coming for these 4 hours, here's the list of different properties that we want you to check out that we've seen complaints about. And that is how we're going to do our code enforcement. Do you like them to be more proactive in driving and seeing them? That is the difference, but that would be a policy decision of how you would like staff to initiate
So
that.
like, for example, I've seen some report of construction sites that have a stop work order that are continuing to work. A day after day or whatnot, that's a code enforcement officer would be the route to go to them to say, look, can you do that right now?
Yes, they would be the ones who would issue the ticket, and you can issue tickets vary for a municipal summons. Up to $500, but you also have to pay the state fees, so the total amount is $1,087.50. Or 30 days in jail, depending on the judge. When you come on that court date, and that would be a per day occurrence, and that's the maximum fine. They're issuing $25 and go up to $500.
You have to write a citation for each separate day.
Yes.
The judge is not gonna have come in day after day after day after day.
You can put them all for the same court date, and you can hand it up and say, here's the same person, and here are all the.
For the judges.
So actually,
I'm a code enforcement, we call this person that, been there and done that, and it's anathema, it's such a can of worms, you don't. It's terrible.
But that would be the way to have no teeth in the stop work order.
Police that.
I
Say if you don't quit, we're taking you to jail.
I think that for me, my priority is proactive code enforcement. It really is the wild, wild west out there, and because people know there's no one watching. And I think that's the first priority, and I know that there are a number of other services that CCI provides that we have an option of taking in-house. But I think we need to think very carefully about that and what we have the capacity to do in-house and what we can still rely on the county to do. We have a small staff, and taking it in-house might not be the best decision and the best use of staff time if we can rely on the county to do some of it. So I think we just need to look at the impacts of all of it, but I think proactive code enforcement, I think, needs to be a high priority above anything else. And then if there are things that we could work with them to do in-house, I think we need to look very carefully at whether or not that's the right decision with our levels of staffing. If we can do it efficiently. There are a lot of things we're talking about in-house that aren't going as well as we want, so do we need to take and put more on a small staff, or do we need to?
When you talk about proactive code enforcement, you talk. What,
Someone who's out there patrolling, looking for
for what?
violations, people who are violating stop work orders, people who are, and
So tall, have jump cars in the yard.
well, I think that needs, I agree.
Violation.
I agree that needs to be defined, you know, what they will be
What are
focusing.
the issues?
My- Building codes and is my priority. I think that we had a development that's broke ground with no permits. That was dirt mining when they were told they were in their approval. Planning Commission said no dirt taken off site, and there were dump trucks running, and nobody. No, it was Pamplico. And they had no stormwater permits, nothing, and Intel citizens called DES and got them out there, and they were cited for air quality and mining violations.
What happened?
And nobody knew, you know, we can't get the FOIA documents from DES, so. You know, they probably got a slap on the wrist and were told to get their permits, and nothing happened.
Would be better.
Well, I think if there's somebody, you know, the issue is, and Tanika, you can correct me if I'm wrong right now, that we have no code enforcement. So even if something's reported and it is in violation, all you and Dan can do is write a letter, right?
Correct. If someone calls in a code violation, we didn't have a procedure to take in those code violations. We started logging them. And the only thing that we really can do is we review them to see if they are, if they're viable, if it's something that's detrimental or something that's seriously serious that we need to bubble up to the town administrator and the town attorney. But besides that, on a day-to-day, it's not like we can go ourselves and say, hey, stop, and we don't have that kind of manpower, so.
Yeah.
It would be helpful. I mean, this isn't my discussion, I was about to discuss on other things, but, it would be helpful to have more hands involved in the execution of the regulation versus us continuing to take in the code violations. We get them all the time, we go and we vet them, but once we pass them on to the town attorney and the town administrator, and they know there isn't much more that we can do in the department to, try to follow that, but we still get more feedback that is happening. So all we do is we just continue to keep a record of the violation in-house to give it more teeth in case it has to be followed up to the town attorney for him to, to take it on.
Yeah. I think that, I mean, to me, I think with all the new construction going on, I feel like that's a priority.
I would like to know, maybe planning needs time to provide this information, like how far can we go with fines? Like, is there a state statute of like, okay, violation number 1's a $50 ticket, but by the time you get to violation 3, it's a $500 ticket, or is it kind of like left up to the municipality?
Yes, for, there needs to be this,
That's what I'm asking. So maybe planning could, I'm not asking that question to be answered right now, but maybe as they're providing this information, because for me, I'd like them to be as punished as harshly on the first time as we can get away with, just to let them know that while, yes, we are small, we do take these violations seriously.
That would be solely like how reactive you would like to be. So for instance, at Seabrook Island, because for municipal summons, again, they get range from $25 to the maximum of $500. Somebody came in for, say, for instance, like working without a permit, and they're caught for the first time, and that code enforcement officer knows, like, that's the first time that they're coming in, and they issue their first summons. They recommend that they tell the town, if you wanna pay ahead of time, policy decision wise, $50, but the total amount is over a little bit over $100, because again, you have to pay those state assessments. In lieu of coming to court. Now, you could come to court and then the judge makes that discretion of stating how much that fine is going to be, if it's going to be dismissed, or if it's going to require jail time. I think I saw jail time more frequently at the city of Folly Beach than I did at Seabrook Island, but it just varies, and then it also varies if you're going to have a jury trial. But again, that could just be, hey, council wants us to say first violation is $50, second violation is this, and then moving up to that maximum in lieu of coming to court. Now, you can't really tell the judge what to do, but that would be in-house.
All of our municipal ordinances or misdemeanor criminal offenses, they go to either a town municipal court to a magistrate's court. Those penalties are set up. And it's up to a certain dollar amount fine and with 30 days of jail. Each day is a separate offense, and you have to pay a separate citation for each offense. And it's a nightmare. The lawyers involved, and it goes on, and nobody's just gonna stroke away check from.
I'd love to put I'll be in jail or we don't. Hey, real quick question on the budget, as the budget's concerned, are we talking about policy for enforcement here, or are we talking about a line item in the budget?
I'm
That was
just gonna try to pull us out of that rabbit hole. I think we have two different discussions, like.
Well, that wouldn't be pulled out for, because we were talking about building permit and CCNI services for if we went down, and that is the council's decision of going down for code enforcement services. I would need to create a brand new section of the budget in the general fund that would just be dedicated to code enforcement, because those funds have to be completely
Yeah,
separate.
I get that, so we're gonna have an action item on this upcoming council meeting about CC&I. Taking
Yes.
an action step there, they have a code enforcement thing, I think. And, you know, like code enforcement, like if we budget some money to spend toward their code enforcement, is that the line item?
Yes, because that would come out for revenues related to code enforcement, and then it would also be a charge from CC&I services that would show how much we're paying for code enforcement, and again, that was $75 an hour and a minimum of 4 hours
And so what we know is CC&I is gonna give us 12% as opposed to.
a day, so like if they're coming out, that'd be a minimum of 4 hours a day.
Okay,
But then if,
we decide how often, okay, thanks,
Sorry,
sorry.
I think we at least do that, I guess the budget. We made $19,000 in our current situation, how much more would we have made if we had been with CC&I before? Right?
yeah, because that would, they gave us more revenue, so they can give us a minimum of 12%, and we can negotiate getting a little bit more of those revenues collected from building permits. They would also be, we would be able to see their software and be able to add our zoning permits into that software, so they're all tied, so that we could see, hey. This person also had the zoning approval, here's the building approval, here are all the commentary, right now we're just able to only see. The zoning side of all of our commentary. So if the building department has any comments, we would be able to see that, be able to provide residents the status of the building permits as well.
All right, so. How do we make progress on this?
Oh, I was gonna move on to. Property taxes, so that is the bulk of our revenues that we receive from the town. And these numbers are set when we talk with the county related to our millage rate to keep us revenue neutral. Now, this is very siloed at the time of when they start doing this back in January. So this doesn't account for the reason why we have so many more revenues coming in for business license tax. For 2025, 2026, is we have a bunch of new homes come online that are now paying property taxes that were not accounted for when we were looking at the last budget year. Because it's only in that specific siloed amount of time. So the revenues based off of that and that millage rate to keep us revenue neutral is that $408,285.28. And that was worked out between myself and revenue services.
What line item are you talking about?
10-3-3203 real property and delinquent
And what
tax.
number did you just throw out?
$408,000.
26, 27.
Yes, and
that's.
the previous one that I was just discussing was the $427,000. The reason why there's such a huge difference between the budget and the actual. Is because when you're looking at it, it's just in that specific time, it's not accounting for the potential of new homes coming online. It's looking at it at a very siloed specific date.
Well, we also got tax increase for this next tax year too. Not the way the millage increase, but got a reassessment. And we didn't roll back the millage rate to keep it revenue neutral. So we're gonna be getting in more money for this new tax year than we did last year based on the same amount of millage. So we're gonna get a windfall in property taxes over and above what we got last year. Because we did not roll back the millage rate. And people like to say, oh, we didn't increase taxes, but you're gonna be paying. So it really is a tax increase. And I'm not sure how much, do you have any idea how much more money that's gonna be?
Based off of the numbers from this year, it was a 27% increase, but. Last year to the budget, let me see how much of over. Real quick.
$133,000. Michelle, is that the question?
So
So it was a 45% increase from what we budgeted last year to what we were actually received.
this year,
Yes, well, like. The budget increase was 27%, but for comparing budget to actual, we received 45% more.
What happens to that $30,000? That we
Goes to
received.
general fund.
It goes to the general fund, it shows as a surplus in that line item.
And then is it like, Is it averaging at 3.5% in the money market, or is it making money? Is that money making money for the people?
Right now, no, because we don't have an investment policy in place.
We need to do that.
Yeah, that is,
So,
We got $2 million running through a bank, we're not making any money on it.
It's kind of the bathroom.
Yeah.
Catherine, where is the 27.95 coming from?
the percentage change from this budget year compared to last budget year. So it's an increase of 27.95%.
So the actual was,
Oh, it's
Last
this
year-
number, so if you're comparing the columns for the percentage increase, that last column is only budget to budget. It's not budget of this current year to the actual that we're receiving.
okay, I'll try. That makes sense, thank you.
And those are the total for all of the receipts that receive from the county. Are, we're budgeting $638,285.28.
Which is roughly 20% more than we budgeted. If the revenue received. Year over year.
Do you mind if we take a quick break?
Sure.
Did you get that? Does it answer to that thing? So
Yeah.
maybe last year or like this year we got.
Yeah.
Yes, I guess.
Just meditating, just for dignity. There's no sense.
So we remain on the record, right, when you're still. Our lunch.
I don't see.
They'll see some lights and
Right?
I'm sure it's out to Yeah.
You left it a good time.
The final walkthrough, I have a closing tomorrow. It's the houses right up here, off the Sweetwater. Across from the church next to where they're building that little. It's street goes back there, goes right there.
What happened with your phone?
We were under contract and then it fell through on inspection issues. A bunch of crap. It's an old ass, it's 33-year-old house.
And they probably, it doesn't look like they've cared for it.
You're right, exactly. Then it's,
I mean, that house might need a gut.
it was built by an engineer for himself. He fancied himself as a architect. But I thought of you this weekend because I had a sign call.
Yeah.
So,
Well, that's okay, we're just talking
Yeah.
business.
So a little bit of dual agency, but. So I was thinking we may need to call an agent. To handle buyers if we.
Yeah, those are still on too.
And it just,
I know.
we're just talking business,
Oh,
not
well,
town business,
we're talking-
our own, how we pay, keep the roof over our head.
Yeah.
Even that
Hmm?
She gave me permission to do this.
Well, I was reading her. I have one that this is not this weekend. And then you have another one that can be 6 months out. Gorgeous. I mean, I'm doing my stuff, not the stuff that you're doing. You're doing big.
No, I've got a listing coming up in Rivertown. That's gonna be 7:50 this week. Hopefully we'll get it to go live this Thursday.
Well, they were here that actually.
If you have any buyers. It's gonna be in Rivertown. It's a single level. It's a 3-bedroom, 2-bath. It's a bedroom, could add a closet. It's a great size.
Actually, I'm actually gonna jump ahead to guys, since you guys just came in.
That's awesome, Catherine, thank you for that.
So then that way you guys can discuss it, so then that way.
Okay.
Yeah, so we'll talk about your revenues and.
How are you?
This was the staging.
We just.
Oh, that's it.
For the guest list.
So the guests are over here, the primaries back.
You said Jones.
That's the study.
Yeah, this is a.
Jones.
Mhm.
And Chris has her contact information.
Put us on
She
back up
was
there.
working at the league at the time they got the result funds for the parkway back, and she was the one who kind of just. I can get her, I don't have her email, but he's got her. It would be nice to, it would be, I think it would be
Apparently that's what
nice.
we gotta do now. So see, like, that brand, can't mark it as a
Yeah.
easily install a closet or a Murphy bed.
Okay, my high school boy just last name was Trey.
Yeah.
But that's a long time.
But-
Puppy's good, she's keeping her busy. We had her out at work yesterday.
You didn't wanna bring her today?
It's been like weird, like,
Email or text it to
you
you.
know,
It's not
babysitter,
gonna work.
work,
First,
puppy.
Thursday.
Fit it in.
I'll send you this video.
But she's cute. Oh. No. Okay.
Alright,
Yes, and if the council's amenable to it, we do have the chair of the park board, and then also Ashley Blythe and Chris Colson, who is kind of like the chair of their sub finance committee. To discuss the park board budget, we can kind of go over their revenues and their expenditures while they're here present, so waiting on us as we move forward with those ones.
And
Yeah.
I'm fine with that, yeah, thanks, really.
okay, of course.
So those proposed budgets, just for the council packets, are included in the budget narrative. So there's two different versions. There's the one version that the park board approved on March 11th. I think that's the right date. For the recommended budget, and then,
No, they can run the head. You can do it.
Oh, we're talking about this one, revenues?
well, I'll go into the revenues too, but on that and your budget narrative page.
Oh.
There we go.
Exhibit F,
Yes, it's a bit, which would be,
page 24.
yes. Thank you, Councilman. And then, immediately following afterwards would be exhibit G, which is, going to be presented to the park board. But this was some additional amendments that, park board could be potentially considering for, at their upcoming meeting on March 31st, that will be sending that agenda out shortly.
Yeah, just to give you a little background, so we went through first and we kind of went with phase, we divided up between phase 1 and phase 2. Phase 1 is virtually complete. We think we'll start into phase 2 sometime this year. And the reason there's two versions here is because Chris made a good point that we went back and we had not really mirrored our budget to the master plan we felt was important. So that's why there's some differences between the two versions, and the board has not fully voted on that second version, but they're going to do this. So this is a draft, I'd just like to make that point too, open to recommendations, talks, we understand things will change around, but that's kind of where our thought process was in creating this.
And for the revenues, I estimated that the park board, we can do at least one solid event. Like a big festival, kind of like the All Fest for this coming fiscal year. So what I did was, last fiscal year, we budgeted that we would have 4 events, because that is per the town code to have at least 4 events at the municipal park. And so what I did was just divide those budgeted numbers by for the estimated revenue of $36,000, anticipating that we would make more. For the All Fest, when you're looking at the $20,000 is what the town pays in ponying up those funds. To have the All Fest, but those losses were actually shown in fiscal year 24-25, since that happened in June of 2025. Just a note for the park board as well. And those numbers do I can discuss with the park board too, if they would like to make any amended revenue changes. I just put that in as a placeholder.
One thing I'll add is, yeah, we went back on the second budget and said, what do we really need to do to finish phase 1? And we put it in, there's really just 3 line items in here, well, 4. We have signage, 10,000. We have trail development, and we put that in at 50,000. We don't have any quote or anything yet. And the lake access 5,000, because the other things on phase 1 are pretty much already done, as they said. The gravel parking area, the fencing and the security cameras are all in.
What are you speaking to? What is in the comparison?
Do you have the exhibit number? I can read it out, what is on the plan?
Are you looking at
Regional dated one.
Are you talking about this one?
yes, so there would
That's
be-
exhibit F in your, there in the packet.
On page 24, the answer.
It's the capital development, is really clean up the here, and that's.
And that's what we're looking at. Just real quick, well, I'm trying to page 30. I was just working the parking lot this morning, I told I gave you, that guy came by and said he wanted to do pro bono work at the park.
Perfect.
And he's got a machine and like, he said this is the thing, so.
So I'll reach out to him.
He's a do-gooder citizen that they like, nice, yeah, it sounds.
Perfect.
Yeah.
I gotta make sure I'm showing this to you.
And Councilman Kraus, the what the park board is discussing is when you look at that entire Excel sheet or all of those documents, it's the total number is the 124,250, but the park board is broken out and they want to handle site amenities and furnishings, landscaping, lighting, security, utilities, restrooms, parking, access roads, trails, lake and water fund amenities.
Oh, I see that, I just needed the document to refer to. I didn't know what that
So could you go again now that I'm looking at the page?
So the page you're looking at should have a total for capital development cost. We've had a lot of changes here, so I hope this is right, from 65.8. Is that what it shows? 65.
Page 1, 65,800.
Okay, good. And under that, that is broken down. Signage. Again, because the first part of phase 1 was already done. There was 4 things left. Signage, 10,000. Initial trail development, 50,000.
I don't see the signage in there at all.
And you should-
It's underneath security cameras.
And. So.
Yep.
All right, I got you, got it.
Okay, signage 10,000, trail development 50, lake access 5,000. We may not need that much for initial lake access, and trash receptacles, recycling at 800 in here. So we think if we do those 4 things, phase 1's done.
And the phase 1s that they're referencing is the master plan that the council adopted.
Which is phase 1 takes you through this fiscal year.
And with these revenues, is there any money in that account, but we have some money from various money sources for the park?
Yes, there is the Jefferson tract. I don't have that number off the top of my head.
Seen that in there somewhere. If anybody knows what that is besides dump us.
And then the phase one. When does phase two start?
It's. I get the fiscal years all messed up with the June year end, but it's after the next June.
So that makes it into next year.
Yeah, I didn't bring the master plan with us, but it was 7 and 8. 27 and 28.
So that would be not this coming fiscal year, but the next fiscal year. Would be 27.
But we think we'll start phase two this year.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sometime late this summer.
but they'll say late this summer, fall.
Because budgeting for.
Yes.
Is that covered shelter, that $40,000 line in phase two? Is that shelter singular? Or are we talking about shelters?
Well, that hasn't been decided yet.
Covered shelter provision.
Yeah, the board has not voted on the details of that
I
yet.
see that, but there's two of them.
20,000 each. So phase one's done. Or it needs to be,
Well, phase one, the main thing in phase one is the trails. You
that
know,
needs to be done,
That's our focus right now.
and there's some money in our budget to cover that. In this fiscal year budget. Or we can probably budget in the next year.
This would be for the 26-27 for the trails would be included and starting July 1, 2026. Once we get caught up on our audits, that's gonna be my next thing for the state RTP grants. For trails purposes and stuff like that, we'd be able to actively go out for grants and work with different organizations.
We know what we have or will have at the end of this budget year. For them to use without, there's there they can use. Earmark funds, for lack of a better term.
If they would like to start, it would be in municipal park improvements. And right now, we've only used $9,068.32 when I looked through of this current fiscal year. We budgeted $60,000, so the.
So we have 60,000 there right now.
Kent, you had told us that since we didn't spend that 60 last year, we could carry it over to next year.
Right,
So we only spent 25 of the 60.
that's what I'm asking, how much money is there left?
35, should be about 35.
So then you're looking at about 36 in addition.
For capital improvements.
For finish, for round out to 65.
Yeah, and then we need the maintenance.
Excuse me?
Then we need maintenance, which is a different line item.
The park maintenance, we budgeted $40,000, we spent $15,237.56.
I see one of maintenance, I got it, but that's an ongoing thing. Right,
Correct.
and I thought we had that in there, just, it's a different line, I was believe affiliated. Right, but we do other.
We do other maintenance, but in order to correctly allocate how much of like the landscaping for the park, that separate.
I know now it is, but before it was just lumped in with other
Yes.
stuff that they don't did. And it
Yes.
wasn't even part issue.
Correct, last fiscal year, we created the budget for the park.
Okay.
And
And
the
it
next,
sounds like they got some money already.
Yes, and the park board has been working very hard to get it open, which again, is another plug for everybody watching at home, April 18th, from 10 to 12.
is that our, so the is involving partners?
Yes, it'll be published on the website maybe closer to time, maybe within a couple weeks of that.
Today.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
And the idea with the improvements we're making, the trails that we're doing, and the things that are happening for the park. it would seem like the maintenance schedule would also be affected by that, right? Like maybe it would probably be, need to be maintained out of open, probably more often and.
Yeah, and if you notice, we bumped that up a little bit for next year.
Nice, yeah, good.
This shelter and pavilion, do similar to that one out there.
You know, we have not done any quotes, nothing has been voted on by the board, but yes, ideally, I would envision something like that.
The only thing that has been included where I did discuss it with the park board is a new position for facilities and grounds manager. So the park board can have a dedicated liaison assisting with opening of the park. They would also handle all of our facilities at town hall. They'd also handle our building maintenance plan for any outstanding projects, coordinating with those contractors. And also giving the park.
Well, what am I gonna do?
You can just be the mayor.
And also, there's some, requests for some more people for, or a similar position for water. Could that be used for that as well?
They can assist with that, but the ones for the water department would be specifically for maintenance of the utility system and also any manual labor there, if we were going to. I would have to change the.
Technical aspects of it, but mowing the grass and pulling the fines out of the fence.
Oh, yes, they would be able to assist with like that part of the landscaping, yes. But that would be my recommendation, so that the park board can have a dedicated liaison.
Would that come out of park first?
No, that would be like incorporated in the total general revenues.
Okay,
But it would just be like that specific person for asking the questions that you would need, they would be able to assist with opening the park. Anything related to the park, making plans, that would be a
meeting
person.
contractors,
Yeah.
okay.
So would that person handle like, it's 30,000 for the mowing and trimming?
Oh,
Sounds
that's,
like a lot.
well, so for right now, that is currently contracted out. And the town can discuss revisiting those different contracts that we have for landscaping services. That is specifically for the park and it's 292 acres of that park, that they do handle. And of like mowing all of the grass, it would be for the entire fiscal year, and if there's any additional landscaping services to like bush hogging. Or anything related to that, that would be in that line item, and correct me if I'm wrong. Or not,
No,
I just want to make sure.
I probably need that.
But the-
Yeah, 292 acres. Farm.
Well, this is where we spent, what, 15 last year, 18, something like
18,
that.
I think.
So that we don't know if that 30,000 is exactly right, but we know it has to be moved up.
And we know,
It will be more to take care of.
right, yes, I agree with you. And some of that 18 that was spent last year, the back of that park wasn't getting mowed at all times. So there are parts of the park that we do think needs attention.
Yeah.
Does this
Well,
also, does this also take into account, any storm damage?
We have a line item for emergency preparedness that is under operating maintenance, $5,000.
Okay.
So
I'm just saying, like, if a tree fell down, is
Yeah,
that
I
coming
agree.
under maintenance or is that coming under emergency?
Yeah. Yeah, that was my point about the maintenance on the park, because it's a different scope of work now that it's gonna have facilities and things like that, so we need to really look at that and kind of rewrite what the expectations are. Are you watching, can you see the cameras? Are you looking to see?
I have not been able to see the cameras.
Who looks at the cameras? Is that not?
That would be me, but I don't check them daily.
But they're working.
I've had a mishap with the cameras of the connectivity, so I need to get them, I'm actively communicating with T-Mobile, which is why the park board has not.
Okay.
Yeah, we haven't. had
That is a new
cameras
thing
yet.
that they started acting up on me.
But we have cameras.
We have 4 cameras installed.
Alright. And then what's the long-term plan with who gets to see the footage?
The park board would be able to have that access to it, and then it would also be with the buildings and grounds manager. That's the reason why, because I need to provide the park board with more staff details.
Right.
And staff time, and that dedicated person would be able to provide all of the needs for the board. Currently, we're not a huge deficit, and that is on me.
Very good. Alright.
How often are these cameras monitored?
I think that's what we were just referring to, we don't, no one on the park board has seen the cameras,
In action, other than just.
other than physically looking at them and waving at them, yes.
Well, I'm asking. Who looks at the footage?
Or would believe.
That's what we were just talking about, Catherine.
You see any illegal activity? Cause I don't want, something that happened last month and then we look at, well, dang, there's no illegal, what the hell is he doing?
That would be with that dedicated person to having it and looking at it, because there have been times where the park board has seen days of it and I haven't seen the notifications. Cause honestly, I do need that extra person to look at it. And that's why I'm recommending for the, if that would be my one
Right, I mean, you don't have to just sit there and watch it all the time.
it does report that I need to work with T-Mobile to get back the connectivity.
Yeah, I totally agree, that shouldn't be something that's also years now. I think,
But that is a failure right now where the park board needs that assistance.
yeah, I also agree.
This is a huge prime example.
Yeah, T-Mobile needs to,
That would be my one huge ask of this budget years.
Is
The
it
park-
motion activated? Did we say?
Yes,
Okay, so you're.
but again, I need to get it reconnected, so then that way the park board does have that access, which is why currently it does not have it.
so you said one huge ask, so I said, like a grounds person.
Yes, that would be in the personnel costs, and I can go through that, but that would be one thing that I did pitch to the park board. Is a full-time facilities and grounds manager. And that is coming out of, when you look at the budget itself. Underneath general expenditures, it's 10-4401, it's a brand new one, and that would be under that line item. That is a brand new position and that's highlighted in your general fund, but that is something that the park board, when you're looking at their exhibits. That's not included in there because they also would have other duties related to it, but their prime example would be to make sure that the park's open and all of our grounds.
We're talking about one position
Yes,
that would help primarily 3/4 of the time or 2/3 of the time is devoted to the park. And they could help with other facility maintenance for like
Yes.
this building and et cetera. So we're not talking about two different, okay, good. So
10-4401.
yes.
this is just the conservation side of me coming out, but I would love, I know we need like space for events and that sort of thing. It seems like there's a lot of mowed grass. Does all of that need to be? Do we need that much open area of mowed grass, or can that be, over time converted back to natural landscape, so it doesn't require so much time mowing?
It's definitely something that's been talked about, introducing native plants
Yeah,
and looking at that, we're not at that stage yet. But yes, ideally, we would love to see, some butterfly gardens and some native plants and some other things incorporated into that, so we're not just looking at, mowed open fields.
yeah.
Sure, I was thinking just some city grass.
Yeah, I mean, trees, replanting trees.
It's clear, but it's not,
Yeah,
it's not earth.
no, it's not. I was out there yesterday at the back, that greenbelt side entrance is kind of, a diamond in the rough, so to speak, because the road that's in, you got left and right. I would just envision some color and some plants and some things.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
That used to be mowed grass.
Right.
Perfect.
I would say we would want to consider the scale of the different events that we would like to have too, because I believe that entrance 2 is going to have the most of the festivals for like up to those 4, so I would just. The park board would take that into consideration too, with the exact area and stuff. They've been doing a great job.
Yeah, entrance one's getting used. I mean, every time I've been out there, I've seen at least 1 or 2 cars, people are. Being right in the parking and they're just letting their dogs off the leash. The sign says leash only. I mean, personally, I don't know that I care about the leash thing, but there's a potential for problem, but it's all I'm saying, yeah.
Yeah, I think other parts have figured out how to handle ball, I don't know where we want to.
Board them off somewhere, like, yeah,
Once the utilization takes up, it'll be cooking.
yeah.
I would say my only thing with the dogs, and I don't care leash law or not. I don't want poop bag stations out there, because then who's gonna be, they need to take the poop with them.
Yeah, not stations where they dump the bags, but bags themselves.
Yeah, but I don't wanna encourage people like, oh, just leave that and the town will pick it up for you. I
Yeah.
mean, cause we don't, it's not like we have a sanitation crew or even a, utility technician, you know what I'm saying? Like, if they're gonna bring their dog, they need to be responsible for all of it going with the dog.
I agree, this is just pack it in, pack it out.
Exactly, including the poop.
Including your dog.
Inside and base sure. I don't know what to do about the dogs, because I love the idea of like taking the dog out, go to prison with the dog, you can't do that if they're on a leash, but.
Right.
The beach, they handle that at this time of day. And then.
Well, that's
you know,
not good.
I do have a big problem with there's dogs and my kids stepping in their food,
Mhm.
and that's like if you have a dog area.
Yeah,
So you can keep your kids out of there,
If it's gonna be a fenced area or anything, that's sort of like a designated one, that's a change to the Greenbelt agreement. We did ask the Greenbelt advisors for that, and that would be his amendment to how.
I
We use it.
talked to Eric Davis just the other day.
Oh, great.
He's very excited that the park is open.
Mhm.
He said, open it.
Mhm.
So he's like, open it as we have agreed, it should be open, and then if you need some amendments. Then we can talk about that then, but
Yeah.
first, let's open the park as agreed, and he's very excited about it.
That's great. I was wondering if anyone knew who did the trails on the Greenbelt. I was walking that yesterday. Those trails are nice. They've just been graded out, almost like some plantation mix.
Yeah.
Rock, and there is some grass going through them, but they're trails for all intents and purposes.
Forest Service roads for the most part.
So the Forest Service maintaining those roads.
Nobody's maintaining.
Okay,
Yeah, that's why they're so nice, because they had to be able to.
right. Yeah, they're nice trails.
Support local
So that's
service.
pretty much from back, the park gate out to the door road kiosk is, created those trees.
Okay, that's the one I'm talking about, by the little blue house on door.
Yeah.
Yes, okay.
If you notice, so it's been on the other part that is the Forest Service road,
No,
they're even nicer.
okay,
As far as, it depends on what you call it.
yeah, yeah.
But what you're talking about more really better, things are wide open and. Right by easily.
Okay.
Deer, that's all I've ever seen out there, deer.
When looking at the budget document itself, I put in what the park has recommended, but I can amend it to whatever the park recommends at the next meeting. But I just wanted to keep consistent for like the park board hasn't officially adopted those numbers, so when you're looking at, you're waiting at my budget line item for. 10,4,083 is different from what the park board has in exhibit G, it's because I was using exhibit F. From what they recommended on March 11th.
Or, so in general, I think this board is very, supportive of the park. Well, and the work which y'all are doing. And I think that we're pretty much conveying that any money that you had that was dedicated to the park that didn't get spent, we're happy to roll it over, plus fund phase two, that we expect to come up this summer. That's a general statement, I can't speak to the board, but I have one of those.
Sure.
But that's the way I feel about what I'm hearing and what I think you should be receiving is for Crow. And
Unless we're spending that extra money on something else, we will have more tax revenue this year because of the assessment.
right, and I think this park is gonna be 290,000 in the gym and the crown of the poem. I love it, it's 292,000 acres and a 250,000 acres of national forest, right? It's a big park.
It's pretty big.
It's got potential for sure.
Well, we could definitely start budgeting phase two in more detail and lay that out and figure out what is the most important.
One suggestion, if y'all don't mind, I mean, this is great, but it would be helpful, at least for me. Is if it were kind of more in the format of our budget is.
We can do that.
Certain areas.
Make it match the general budget more.
Yeah,
Formatted.
yeah, so we can, you. Space it or read it,
Mhm.
easier to understand when you confirm.
I agree.
Yeah, maybe Catherine, you could send us the format you want, we'll put it in.
Thanks.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, to be consistent. Find that.
Any other questions for the park board?
Good work.
Thank you.
Yeah,
It's work in progress, but
It's good work.
it's definitely gaining momentum.
Guys have done
Yeah.
so much, thank you.
Yeah, it feels good.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. I'll give this back to you. You know, I have a contact I'm looking for, Chris. There's some transfer. You are right. Okay, yeah.
Oh, Ashley, did the invitations go out?
Yes, yes, they should have gone out.
Okay,
Yeah.
I mean, I saw my e-buy, I just didn't know if the paper ones went out.
Yes, they have. I've had a few confirmations of people who have received those. Right now, I've had about 15 people RSVP. We have about 90 something.
Okay, keep me posted about some of our elected officials if you don't care for me.
Yes, I will. I need to talk to you about Joe Boostos, but I'll do that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Actually, thank you, guys.
Are we getting lunch?
Thanks.
Chris,
Oh, Olson, yes. We breaking for lunch?
Lunch.
What?
I think the lunch fell forward, ordering it,
Oh. Okay,
but I can have it as staff member or get us.
Chris just offered to go get us some.
Yeah,
is Stan here today?
he is.
Oh, I got an out of office from him.
Oh.
Well, when I emailed him Friday, I think, does he just do that? But he's back today. Okay,
Give me one
He was
second.
at all, I think.
are we taking a little break?
Yes.
Okay.
I was trying to do the general fund revenues, is that having this, the going up to the water fund, that needs mentioned.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. Both you use that ones. It's name. Also, check Colson Lane back. Why don't you? So I'm writing this in personal lawyer. You know, the jail for life. And it's ministry while he was in jail. So it all underneath himself.
Way to plan.
Yeah.
Hey, what do y'all think about the park? Like, if you watch so Boom Hall, I worked with Boom Hall for a while back, a couple of decades ago. Find somebody with the idea, and I wouldn't have gone the way they went, but they do have a lot going on there, but they plant the ground. Right, they grow like sunflowers every year, people come in, we find sunflowers, we may buy the
You
sunflowers.
need to have some type of active agricultural thing going on.
Yeah.
That's good. I would support that, absolutely. I was thinking about a farmer's market, like Rodney suggested, but some friends of ours didn't really Bruce. They would run a farmer's market in Fort Royal. If I mean, it's their deal. They get them, they do it at the Navy Base Hospital grounds. But they do all the vendors.
That must be a Fort Royal was like happening.
Oh, yeah. It's great. I mean, that little town does a whole lot for people. They have, they close off streets and have music festivals and, it's great, you know. But there's a lot of older retired people down there.
Right.
A lot of people down there that are associated with the, Marine, Air Force, Marine base at Paris Island. But they do a lot of cool stuff there. But I was thinking that would be something that it could be huge out there.
I don't think racism.
I love that idea, I'm just feel like. Mowed grass is the environmentally worst thing, I think like. Just stop mowing part of it, you know, and let the wild stuff grow.
Just like establish some.
Find some, like just some of the border, like move it in a little bit, but I love that, and I also think. They've been doing Seaweed Fire Fest at Laurel Hill County Park. Was last weekend
What is
and
it?
It's prescribed, it's an educational event on prescribed fire. And they do it, it's like a nature conservancy, forestry commission, I forget who the other partner is, I mean, we're part of it. The conservation organizations are there, Bird Prey Center did a show this year. But it was really small, like while the birds were flying, I counted like 75 parents and children, but I think that our part might be a great setting for that. And I think now that we have more people in Allendale, I almost think they could get a better, they moved it into town because they wanted to try to get a bigger turnout, but I almost think, and
Where was
you know,
that? On Barney and on Pleasant?
yeah, and off 40, but off, right off 41.
Yeah.
And, I almost think they get a better turnout and, you know, the people who are living here surrounded by the forest need to understand prescribed burning and they do a prescribed burn demonstration and Burner Bob is there.
What happened to Smoky?
Yeah, Smokey, I'm sure they probably didn't have someone to put on the Smokey costume, but Burner Bob was there and the fire crews are there and they talk about prescribed fires. I also think that every event at the park doesn't have to be a festival. A bird walk is an event, you know? Yeah, Saturday morning, a Saturday morning bird walk is an event and, yeah. But I think that would be,
But the only turf stuff out there is the field for parking and the field where the events have
Yeah.
traditionally occurred. And that little strip that connects the two gates in the lane. That's the only turf that, or only grass that's getting mowed out there. Everything else is, it's pretty natural, and about half of it is we steady pine things.
Which I would like to start. Selectively fit in from the placing. With. Long with, either long.
hardwood.
Like my nose.
Oh, me too. Yeah,
What was it originally, you know, was it Maritime Forest extending back that far?
That would be.
you would think, all these guys on Silver Road,
Work on
is that.
Yeah.
Yeah, what about sweetgrass? Like if we tilled the ground for sweetgrass or sweetgrass basket makers.
Mhm. Yeah,
I love
they
that.
could tend it and harvest it and.
Or the thing where they do where you where a local farmer get a farm share, like there's a. Well, bees with flowers and like. There are a lot of things you could do, it's a lot of things.
Or community farming, that's something that would work with everything.
You know, I thought about that, but so many people already have here, like so many people already have their own gardens.
But a lot don't.
Yeah, so I don't know if there'd be enough interest in doing it, but I guess I just feel like a lot of people here when I've been around houses, especially in the spring and summer, it's like everybody's got, almost everyone's done it that wants to, has a nice
Right.
garden on by their house already. But I thought about that. I don't know. It could be, I mean, throw it out and see if it sticks.
Right,
The
because it's low impact.
Yeah.
Work, not, you wouldn't lose much.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, we'd have to, that person we hire would have to be able to manage.
Right.
Feels good in here, it feels conditioned.
Are we up and running with the HVA, new HVAC?
That's where it is.
It's on heat now.
Right.
It's the.
But I mean, in the rest of the
Right.
building,
It is conditioned, I think.
The hey, what do y'all think the fallout from the Willette and her crowd was gonna be about us?
are we still, yeah, we're.
Like that, yeah, I guess we're still Owl, but that whole community, I hope that they. Understand that we were, why. Had to take that action, you know what I mean, it's like. You know, I mean, it's heartbreaking. I think I had to drive away from that to collect myself that I didn't do it. It's just. Sadness.
Well, maybe making a phone call,
Yeah.
you know, before and having the conversation.
I'll reach out. I hope it doesn't. Hope it's good for everybody and everybody.
Well, there are protected classes. Race, color, nation of origin, religion, military service, disability. We cannot bring those into consideration when we make our decisions, whatever the decision is. So that's why it's that much more important that we have objective measure. It's unfortunate that some mishaps occurred, but you know, the person responsible has to be noticed, but absolutely, protected classes cannot be part of any decision we make.
I would agree.
Where's our?
Wait on Catherine, she's doing the budget.
I think she went to order lunch or something.
Yeah, she's trying to organize.
She said a lot, whatever goes through.
Are we still on a break?
And
Yeah.
I think so.
Can't proceed about the.
I don't know from how it's doing that, so.
Making sawdust?
That's not really that.
Oh, yeah, that is it.
Yeah, I'm coming out with everything now. But, sorry, I didn't work last night.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Just got off soon at 6:30.
Oh,
I'm tough. Supposed to be off, right? So I'm supposed to be off today. But, they wanted to get some stuff out before then, so. Brought my crew in, we did it. That's like. So. Yeah, well, caught up, I got some, got some stuff in my honeydew list, I gotta reach your closet.
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna do my hallway bathroom.
Oh, man, that's. I was
You think,
thinking I got some things done just washing the porches this over the weekend. All the pollen.
I'm putting that off until I'm sure it's over. I don't have to do it twice.
Well, we have house guests coming next
Oh,
weekend, so.
You don't have a choice.
like, just some raised beds to do some.
Hmm?
Build a couple of raised beds and plant some tomatoes and stuff.
Oh, nice, yeah.
Some bell peppers. Small items, no big garden, or nothing like that. Got no time for big garden.
Do you think there'd be an interest? We were just talking, I think you were out of the room, that at the park, like a community garden area
That would be good.
at the park. The only reason I thought it might not be is because I know so many people already have their own gardens. I didn't know if there'd be a lot of interest in.
There might be, plant some. I guess plant some, items that's,
Yeah, I like the idea. I just didn't know if, it seems like I see so many really nice gardens at, people's houses that
Yeah.
I didn't know if they'd be interested in like something at the park, but
like some tomatoes and stuff.
yeah,
Tell everybody who wants some tomatoes, come up the park.
yeah.
First TA, which is.
Yeah.
I think he was in there, he was talking. But I think he was back there.
Yeah, I apologize.
Got things on my schedule. Hungry. I'm so used to like having a embarrassment of riches here that I didn't think it would bring a snack.
Yeah.
So,
I like whatever.
So sorry for that, but we did.
oh, sure.
No,
What we have here?
some everything, I think Paul took
Lunch.
the best.
Well, lunch will be coming later today, so it'll be a nice treat at the end.
Oh,
Well.
This is the line. I know y'all too,
Yeah.
I know I can't use it.
Well, yeah, welcome back, everybody. So I'm gonna pick up and kind of go a little bit quicker through some of the rest of our revenues. So our state grants is anything that we get, applied for grants as of right now, we are still working on our. I'm sorry, I'm back to general fund revenues. The line item that I'm looking at is state grants. So when we were talking with the park board. About the state RTP grant, that is for the trails and purposes, as soon as we get caught up on our audits to actively look at those different grants, I'll be working with the park board. Related to that, I didn't put anything in there right now, last year we did have a rough estimate of getting $100,000, but we didn't. Actively go out for any grants, so that's why we didn't receive any revenues from the state related to that. Our park grants, we will be spending down, we'll get some revenues in for some of the signs that the park board has currently purchased for the park, because that was a state grant, a park grant. We'll also be doing the park grants for the benches by the end of this fiscal year. Currently, those revenues and those expenditures are not put into the budget right now, just because we haven't made those expenditures or gained those revenues.
But the number that you have there is a pretty specific number.
Yes, so that number is specific to the most recent park grant that the council did authorize us to go actually look to receive it. And I actually did it for the, as one of the objectives of the basketball courts, for the resurfacing of the basketball courts and fixing the nets. So that would be the 80% that we would be receiving from that park grant.
Okay.
Is that happening at 588 once a month?
Yes,
Doing
we're gonna fix the basketball courts.
nice.
That was the park grant that I used for it.
But the empty set, empty set, empty set, empty set.
And empty sets,
Because we can't, because we don't have it all.
we don't have a current on it, but that doesn't mean that we can't go out for those grants. So those would be revenues of, hey, if I found a grant that helps us with the trails to help the park board cut up in our audits. That number will change because we're eligible to receive this.
What is RTP? What does that stand?
RTP, if you look at on page. I think I listed out this one in my. Budget narrative is the recreational trails program, so it's used to provide and maintain recreational trails for both motorized and non-motorized use. They can support trail-related educational programs and training to promote safety and environmental protection. I'll be working with the park board related to that, and as they are moving forward in their phase 2 for their trails.
Okay.
I'll pass this on down. I'll take it easy. Thank you, Takia. Moving on to the state government shared revenue, the reason why the property tax credit fund and municipal revenue funds are highlighted and they're also in red. Is because those are anticipated funds that we should be receiving. We actually have not received those funds to date until we get caught up with our audit. The state passed in their budget proviso that those aid to subdivisions are not sent to municipalities who are behind the audits. And until we do the 2024 audit, we will be receiving all of those funds and plan to have that done before the end of this budget year. We're moving as quickly as possible with those audits. And submitting the information to the auditor. They will be coming back to finish those, but those are why those are specifically highlighted. I also highlighted the American Rescue Plan. Because we will be spending all of our funds. For the American Rescue Plan this current fiscal year, so that's why that $137,599.24. That's a remainder of our. American Rescue Plan Act, and that's why we don't have anything budgeted for the next fiscal year, because all of our projects will be done by the end of this month.
And that's all your more.
Cause we have to spend those by December 31st, 2026, so we're headed for.
Going back to this side of the property tax. Revenue. If we don't complete our audit successfully, we don't get the money.
They hold on to it until we complete the audit. They hold on to it until we complete the audit. So I get a monthly statement from the state.
And time to do that, or
I can check the budget proviso again. For that, but I don't think that they gave a deadline on it. I think it's just until you get caught up on the audits. But I will check for that for the council.
So we guessed that as far as state government, when we guessed we were gonna get $33,700. We actually got $173,000.
As of right now, yes, we'll have one more tax revenue coming on in, the homestead exemption. That you just signed was that 8671.52, that's what we will be receiving, I believe we will receive that. In the next fiscal year, and then the aid to subdivisions. That local government fund we get quarterly, so I'm receiving another quarter of that one. Before our end of this fiscal year.
What is that, 8 to 7
There's a percentage of the state sales tax that we receive, that would be the aid to subdivisions. And then the municipal revenue fund is on a monthly basis for. Kind of like the county, and then the property tax credit fund are also additional taxes that are paid to the state. That they receive and they give it to us.
I just didn't understand what the subdivision referred to.
Oh, yeah, no, that's okay.
So the 12811 and 111 we're gonna get, it's just a matter of time,
Yes, and same with the 96,336.18.
right? So.
And we'll be receiving, that's just through. March, we still have April, May, June. And then we have to accrue 1 month of July back into the last fiscal year.
So the 337, the number guess on the 25-26 budget. The actual is gonna be more than that, by a fair budget, by 70 grand or something on the under, right?
Yes.
So
what line are you looking at?
I look at the totals line of the total state government shared revenue. That section where it's got the two highlighted like this, and like how you're looking at. I'm looking at these two red numbers, which are a sure thing. And I'm adding those, or those have already been added or.
They have not been added because I receive monthly statements from the state. Related to how much that we receive, and I've added them all together, and that's how much we should have received. But according to the state budget proviso, we haven't physically received those in our bank account yet until we get caught up on our audits.
And then the 10,355, the accommodations tax.
So that is anybody who is renting their home, and they pay the. State local accommodations tax, that's also related to, I believe we have one. Bed and breakfast. In Almondale. So that would be some of those state accommodations tax, we don't get enough, tax revenues as shoulder. To have an accommodations tax advisory board, because we only receive like. Less than $25,000, well, way less than $25,000, but those are the funds that are accounted for those.
Do we get anything off Airbnbs?
That would be for the accommodations tax.
So we do get that.
Yeah, it would be incorporated in that, but for actively tracking Airbnbs, we don't have a short-term rental ordinance related to that, so that would be. Revenues collected from if they're properly obtaining their business license.
I have a question, going back to 10,351 property tax credit fund. How much of that is going to offset the taxes? The general fund.
This would be all kept for the general fund? Are you talking about setting it
This
to
is from local option sales tax, right?
the? Local option sales tax is the municipal revenue fund, and then also some of the subdivisions, the property tax credit. Are some of the portions of people who are. Part of that delinquent tax, when you're looking at the millage rate, you separate the two of, I believe that's in exhibit, let me pull it up more. I'm so sorry. If you're looking at exhibit E. So that Charleston County Auditor's Office local option sales tax calculation. They have a part for how much that we are going to. It's that second page of exhibit E on page 23. The 2025 tax credit factor that is from the local option sales tax, but they're anticipating that we are going to get the 164,756.
Where's that?
Exhibit E
I
page.
got that.
Oh,
Exhibit E, but they don't.
at the very bottom of it, the 2025 tax credit factor, that's where I got that number from, that we should be receiving.
Is it last homestead? Is it?
No, at the very bottom, the last number.
Oh, tax credit.
That's where we're getting that number based
So
off of the
we-
local option sales tax calculation, that's how we
We
are.
don't get all of that. Yeah, it takes, some of it goes to property tax relief, that's how why it got passed, when the local governments have the option. Devoting 100% of it to property tax relief. Or keeping a portion of it unencumbered to go into their general fund. My question is, are we putting some in our general fund? And if so, what percentage of the total is that? And maybe since we're gonna be flush, it appears. Then we get to vote on property tax relief.
Except we just came up with strategic goals that are gonna cost money.
Well, the question is, how much more money are we gonna be getting? And how much of those goals that we cost?
And if we were to park for $2 million that we have sitting around, nothing money market account, we'd have $60,000 of extra money made from just having money. You know, but why we're not doing, why we're not investing this chunk of town money seems irresponsible.
I mean, our budget is $2 million, but that doesn't mean at any given time we have $2 million sitting in an account.
That's what we run through on a yearly basis, so.
We have a balance sheet, how
Right.
much money do we have sitting in an account hold still, right?
I don't know.
Over millions, those other accounts.
One, as of today, right now, our bank is showing 1,273,000 and some change. And just our general fund.
So you want something, the bank can't give us something back, we need something.
I thought, we'll talk to the bank about, I don't know, it may be municipally hampered, but I know that it's, you know, it's gotta be making 3%, 4%.
That has been. Well, we need to go into the Ways and Means Committee for the rewrite of the finance chapter that was provided to the council that. Includes an investment policy and how the town wants to invest.
We would like more information on what our options are for providing property tax relief, because I think there are probably some people in our community that could use that. And I'm like, I'd just like to understand that better.
We're not voting 100% in this,
I'd like to, yeah,
that says great factors of property tax.
I'd like to know what we are and are not.
We have to by law, that's why we got patents, so.
I can provide your question, Councilman Price, for the,
Well, yeah, I see what you mean.
for your question before the first reading of the budget. Any other questions related to state government shared revenues? The next one is the Charleston County CDBG and other grants. The council did vote at the last meeting to actively go after transportation sales tax and C funds. We just don't have a specific project. I put those as placeholders as we had in the previous budget year, which to go after them. And then the 145 $145,280. Those are for project year in the community block development grants, which runs from September 1st through August 30th. That is their program year, is the community block development grants. And those are ones that we have been actively going after certain projects and submitting for reimbursement and getting funds back. So after we've received the 18,100, because we are a little bit lagging in when we spend the funds and when we receive those expenditures. So we only have $127,180 left. I will confirm that exact number again with Charleston County to confirm that my numbers are showing that they currently have.
Is that the malls?
Luella Smalls is the executive director of the program. The person who would be more of the day-to-day operations is Latoya.
And that's for the CDBG. The last time I
Yes.
talked to them, they asked if we had allocated the $7,000 that we were holding. Because they wanted to release $80,000 to us, but they're waiting on us to allocate you.
It was my, and I could talk with Luella on that they would not sign off on releasing those funds until we spent down PY 22 and some of PY 23. So I can schedule a meeting with her before the first reading of the budget and provide those updated numbers.
So that,
And
so
an
that,
update from
so that
my.
145,280, is that a combination of fiscal years?
It's a combination of project years for the county.
And I remember like you said September, August is there.
Yes, it's their project year, so that'd be,
This is 3 project years worth of money
yeah,
that would be available to us to spend if we did it well.
we would be reimbursed for that.
Does it expire?
We've been submitting extensions for it. I believe that we're running close on potentially losing those funds, but I can talk with Luella.
I asked Luella, like, well, I told her about something, I told her about the lady, that came up, is it Hampton, who's, how it was supposed to be demolished and all that?
Yes.
But I had asked her about it. And well, I was asking her, is there not some way they can participate partially? She was like, we fix houses, we don't care about them. And then she said, oh, by the way, we're waiting for you to allocate the rest of that $87,000. So we can release the other money, and I was like, what's the deadline? And she said, there's no real deadline. But you need to do it as soon as you can. So.
I'll just follow up with her to get a more exact time.
I had expected it, I thought they would. However.
Planning and revenue.
Can we dwell on that just for a minute? I mean, I know we're looking into housing stuff. There, but I'm kind of at a total loss of how that, I'm getting more educated on how all that, but I'm still not there yet. Is there any way that we as a council can become informed on that?
I've been scheduled during one of our council meetings to have the county come in and give a representation of the exact use of those documents. So that we can incorporate that into a formalized department. Right now, it's being treated as our housing project that the town has done for many years.
Yeah, it's, okay, because I mean, I don't understand the CDBG part, and there are also other parts of it too that are from other entities. But it doesn't even really seem like the town has a role in, but yet the town has taken on a role in.
Because there's different pots of money that residents can apply for, so like and the county has different programs that
Right.
county residents can apply for, so if they're applying and they see an application, they say, well, this might be more tailored to a county program, that's when the county steps in and also reaches out to the applicant, which monies our waters related to CDBG.
Yeah.
And then they can also offer.
Like this.
Well, because the county also recommends too, if they're, Palmetto CAP is a great organization that assists with housing projects too, that they have, they're a nonprofit, that they have certain funds. There's a deliberate septic program that the county has for people who need septic tank improvements. Yeah, but then I do understand where it does get confusing, but I think having it directly come from the county in order to provide it to the council and then also give us, maybe I can look up their ordinances for their specific housing program and tailor the
The
ordinance
one
to
that
that.
the CDBG fund comes from, it's what housing and urban revitalization or something to that.
Yes, it's federal dollars that get dispersed to the
And
county.
the county council administers it, when they have a. Politicians set the policy, then they have an advisory board. And then that's the administrative aspect. And mayor, yes, she's former mayor still is on as a representative of the county.
I believe that the county is, I apologize for the loud noises again, but I believe that the county has to reach out to the mayor. So that it's either the mayor or a representative sits on, that they delegate by representative that delegate.
Planning director.
Yes.
But we need to, maybe we don't want to represent, I don't know.
I feel like that we should have a representative because there is a, personally, I believe that there is a need in the community to still have a representative there.
As a side note, what, can you find out what all these things are out there that the town can be represented on, and if so, yeah, I do what things there.
I've said this before, and I'll probably say it, or you'll probably hear it again, but when I came in to do the changing of the guard, I received nothing. I didn't receive a handoff, here's mayoral business that's happening that you'll need to pick up. Let me introduce you to here. I just had an office with a bunch of junk piled up everywhere. Now, the only thing I got from here was, she said she'd give me a come to Jesus, and she did talk about the history of the town. I sat in front of her and said, no, here's what I'm gonna do, so I'm gonna do now. But no, here's a board that you need to be appointed, this is what I'm on, that you need to pick up. Nothing like that. She wanted to talk about, $37,000 apartment and, it's like, and so, I'm happy to represent the town, at least for a year, figure out what it's about. With the CDBG and.
What's out there,
Yeah, so I can, I just made myself a note of that too, and I can reach that with the law. Before.
First it's not, yeah.
Well, there's various things.
Oh, Carter. Yeah.
We have a representative on the call.
We have one from Carter.
Not to my knowledge, no, we don't have a representative for CARTA, because CARTA, when I've got to the COG meetings, has presented to the executive board of the COG, and then the COG makes recommendations for CARTA.
Well, I know the town of Mount Pleasant has representatives to Carter. And I mean, just inquire and see what's out there and.
Who's our representative for the,
You and I.
I went to the preamble, the orientation session. But I didn't, well, there was another thing, I was at the county council meeting one night, and I was like, no, you're gonna be there, and I was like, who's supposed to attend? They said the mayor, and I was like, I don't know what.
You can also delegate that to any member of council or to me.
Well, what was the mayor supposed to be at the county council meeting for?
I'll tell you, it wasn't a county council meeting.
Can we do that during the mayor's report so we can stay with the budget?
Sure.
Thanks.
Moving on to planning revenue. So these are revenues that we collect deliberately for the planning department. The reason why they're separated out, planning fees and zoning fees, is one is just for the zoning permit itself. And the other one is for, if there's additional plan review fees, those go towards planning. They have always been historically separated out into those two. We could theoretically combine them if we wanted to into just one of planning and zoning fees. But with all of with our full-time planner and taking on more of an active role with all of the projects coming up, I think that we will have more money coming in. Maybe not $20,000 worth of planning fees as I originally anticipated, but I do believe that in the next fiscal year, we'll get at least $15,000 from just plan reviews and then $10,000 in zoning permits. Those are relatively low numbers. But I think that they're best guess estimates.
Is there a downside to combining those line items?
The only way would be, I don't see personally a downside to combining them. It would just not show how many that we get from just specific plan reviews, fees versus how many are specifically zoning permits.
Well, some of it is, something like planning in the state, it's bifurcated. It's, there's planning and zoning, and then there's subdivision regulations. So I would assume the planning fees would be one of them, more towards actual plans and plans. Whereas the zoning fees would be more zoning permits and plan review fees, like site plan review fees. So, yeah, I think there's absolutely a benefit to keeping those two separate. Have a handle on it. What's coming in the way of seven?
I mean, I don't care. I just was asking just so that instead of one's over budget, one's under budget. I mean, I was just asking, is there an upside, downside? Not a hill I'm dying on today.
We'll keep them separated and then we can provide more detail on those as we move along throughout the budget year. The investment interest, we've only gained $4.60. The reason why we budgeted $5,000 is originally I thought I was gonna have the repeal and replacement of the finance chapter before the end of this fiscal year, and it took me a lot longer than originally anticipated. I do have that submitted to the council. We need to schedule a Ways and Means Committee to kind of go through all of the nitty gritty, but I do believe that we should be investing our funds in, as the mayor said, the money market account, and then also with the local government investment pool. Both of those, when speaking to different banks, especially with our current banking provider and then also some other local banks. Money market accounts, specifically for government, have been more lucrative, so you don't get penalized for being able to take out funds if we have a drastic emergency, be able to liquidate as quickly as possible. That is only in a huge emergency situation, but the local government investment pool is also a great tool to have, where it's fairly easy to wire the funds in there, and then they have slightly more competitive rates than the money market ones, unless it depends on which bank they're in.
Generally, what?
5%, if not more, that I've seen. Sometimes they can go as low as like 3%. It just depends on if they're in that.
Because the million is
Yeah, so that would be something that I'll be reaching out to Councilwoman Helms and Councilman Porche for different times to schedule that Ways and Means to get that ordinance moving forward. That ordinance has also been through our attorneys as well, specifically the procurement guru at our law firm, so it's already gone through that legal process. So if we have any additional amendments, it should be a quick legal review. Miscellaneous income, the one that I really wanna kind of point out is the King Tract royalties. So those are the royalties that we receive from the mining operations. I put that as a rough best guess estimate because they have currently ceased their mining operations. We're not sure when they're gonna be picking it back up. I'm assuming that they will be picking it back up, so I put in that we'll receive maybe 50%. Or like a third of what we've kind of gotten right now, because we have received a big chunk of change this fiscal year from their mining activities. And I am anticipating another check coming from them by the end of this fiscal year.
So we guessed we're gonna get 90 from that, their time, and we got 115, and
they currently, are you saying, like you're saying they cease? Like, when I see that thing going on, it's like I'll see, like Jordy and I'll pass 8 trucks coming in on like somebody's apartment, permit that, accepted in the full trucks and they go down, they don't feel good. And then they'll go quiet for a month. And then 32 days later, see stuff, $50 coming after. Like, are you saying they stop their mining because you know when they told you they stopped, or because you haven't seen them stop, or how do you know?
Because of conversations with our town attorney, I related to that. This he and other legal counsel have been looking at the King Tract fairly closely. I can ask him to provide an update to the council in more depth.
Yeah. Or, all right.
The other items on there are kind of like placeholders, because we are looking for that legal reimbursement coming on in. From we don't have any current active cases, but we can get insurance revenues from any active cases that we have litigated, so I put that as placeholder. Same with any refunds, and then miscellaneous income is essentially just people who have paid for FOIA requests or other miscellaneous items that have come into the town that do not have a very specific budget purpose get placed in that line. We've already gone through the municipal part, so the last part I'm going to talk about are events for the town. These are outside of the 4 events that the municipal park board has in their ordinance. These are under exhibit H in your budget narrative when looking at it. These are all of the events that the town has historically put on throughout the years. And when they're on the time frame of when they occur. And those anticipated revenues are kind of based off of we hope as a strategic goal. And exhibit H is page 32 and 33 on there. These are some of the things that all of these different events that we do, that we host. Specifically, I'll call out the Christmas parade, the tree lighting, the fall festival or Oktoberfest. Back to school, the 5K run. I didn't realize that the town used to do Valentine's Day gift bags for the senior citizens, but we should start bringing that kind of back. And then the Easter egg hunt, that we've done for 2 years, but historically that has been done and kind of put on. It's been hosted 1 year here at home, and then it's also been at the Welch Park. Yes.
This is not the time to discuss it because we've gone down too many bunny trails today, but I would like for you to recommend a good time for us to discuss these events being under the purview of the park board. Just because I want to make sure we stay aligned with their schedule, and I just think there's a good synergy there, trying to make as much use of the park with these. And I don't know what that looks like. Obviously, the Easter egg hunt would be an easy one. Having a 5K run start into the park might be an easy one. But I would like for us to.
Of course, and I actually did send this list to the park board, so that way we can have more of those discussions as well.
Yeah, but maybe at the next April, I don't know if the April meeting is already running too long, but I would like for us to, maybe it's the May meeting, change that ordinance to give them authority over those events, or at least discuss it. But the ordinance will have to be changed, I believe, because we need to go, I don't know if we already changed it. We had told them to do 4 events. We need to go and change that to 1 event.
Oh, for right now, I'm anticipating 1 event, but if there's like another.
But it's written in the ordinance, so the ordinance has to be changed anyway. And so if we're doing that, maybe it's a good time to revisit adding some, giving them some other authority with these events.
For the events, I was referencing the Christmas parade, back to school, and other special events like the Easter egg hunt, to incorporate that into our code of ordinances and work with the park board, so then that way we can coordinate with the park board of the larger events, the use of the larger park, having them kind of help together and make recommendations to the council. But the exhibit that I was referencing was exhibit H, which is page 32 and 33 in my budget narrative. For all of the listings of the historical events that the town has put back on, and it was a strategic priority to start bringing those back. One thing that I would suggest, like, that we will be looking at too, would be like the farmer's market. I can look at looking at that, our court too, maybe having that as a different event or something like that. Anything else that comes up to the, like, if the council has any other ideas, or if the park board has any other ideas, I think that would be a nice, easy flow in communication to. And those are all for revenues, so when you look at it, it's $1,962,209.99. Those are all revenues for the general fund.
Yeah, somebody makes a donation for $3,000 for back to school, how does the town take money for back to school?
If there's other, like, if we reach out to, say, Costco, they were doing this back to school event, Berkeley Electric. Yeah, different organizations within the town, different entities throughout that would say like, hey, I wanna donate this.
And then the total revenues, the guess from last time I went through this process was 2 million. The actual thus far was 1.2 million, is that correct?
Yes.
And then you're estimating for this, the next time is almost 2 million again,
Yes.
right? So we are looking to make some kind of $800,000 difference just on paper or something like that, 700.
Well, 200 of those, like, there's some line items that are like placeholders if you look at it, so like 200,000 for the legal insurance reimbursement. The $100,000 for the grant revenue, the $275,000 for the transportation sales tax, we haven't received those. We haven't received all of the, so there's different line items that they're placeholders right now. But then the other revenues are all of the ones that you can see that they're lining up together. Any other additional questions on the revenue ones for the general fund? So when you're looking at the budget for expenditures now for the general fund, I did regroup them where like the numbers, you might not see them go in sequence. I tried to categorize like salaries altogether, benefits and taxes, travel expenditures, legal expenditures, everything kind of like that into better general categories. The one that's probably going to take the most amount of time discussing is going to be salaries. So the mayor and council salaries are set by ordinance, so those numbers can change at all. The ones where you're looking at, I did budget for having an intern. I think an intern would be beneficial. Either having an MPA student or having a high school graduate coming in and helping us digitize all of our documents. We have slowly started doing that, but in order to digitize and help reassess like the resource center, so then that way it's easier to kind of pull out different information. If somebody wanted to come in, they can see all of our planning meeting minutes, park board minutes, BZA minutes, town council minutes, ordinances or solutions. Anything can be readily available in the resource center, but then we also have a digital copy of that. And any other kind of assistance with filing or reorganization based off of what a town employee has already set forward of, hey, I need you to do these action items for us. We also can be part of the municipal association. They have a intern reimbursement. They will reimburse up to 50% of that salary for us. With a maximum within per semester of $3,000.
What's the term of an intern in this aspect? How long are they around?
Case by case basis, it could be for just the summer, it could be for, I know, like the college of Charleston values each person getting an MPA to have an internship. And that would be per semester, or it could be for the, if you look at for the entire year. To have that intern and have the same one, but I think having an intern would be beneficial to having a, like, beneficial for the staff and beneficial for the town to get some of those outstanding projects that we have moving along more quickly.
I think that's a great idea. I would just like to see a specific deliverables that we expect from the position and a breakdown of the salary, because it's, I mean, it's 2 months in the summer is different than someone who's gonna be here for a whole year. So is it like a monthly stipend? Is it depending on how long the person?
Yeah, that's what I was
is here?
thinking too, it's like having clearly defined who the command is, who's the front, whose reports are they, who keeps it busy, and then what and how are we paying them for what amount of time? I love that educational aspect of the opportunity.
The other new position would be a part-time position for the housing administrator. So for the CDBG, we do have. They will reimburse up to $20,000 of that person's salary in order to handle the projects, but I believe that that could be another position. We can have them here part-time for on certain days solely handling the housing project. And also anything else related to the housing program as the council sees fit, as we define what that housing department is going to look like.
So do you have $20,000 in the revenue side?
Yes, that's part of the reimbursement through the county that we can receive, but it has to be separated and we kind of show like
Alright.
the expenditures that
Yeah.
goes out in there.
Are we on the board to be a one housing administrator?
Yes,
And you say that as part-time?
I'm recommending that position to be part-time, yes. Now, if the council would like to see that be like another full-time position, because I have not incorporated.
I was with you on part-time.
Where are we? What?
I'm looking at.
4301
Page 3.
of expenditures.
Page.
No,
And
10-4301 and in.
I don't see that one. Oh, I got that housing insurance.
Yeah, I think part-time is correct, it just seems like a lot to get paid for part-time. Right, like I guess we can define part-time, that's just less than 40. Like,
I guess in my utopian world, maybe this position is also like an administrative assistant, like something else tied, but when they are housing administrator, there are dedicated hours, like, and I think that's good for the public. Like, on Wednesdays, this person is gonna have their door open to help you from 12 to 3. Or maybe it's a couple of, depending on on need, but I would like to see that somehow worked into the description of this position, that it is mainly because we are getting money from, another revenue source, from outside of the town, from, I guess it's the county. I think it's prudent for us to say we've dedicated these many hours for that.
So is administrative assistant a new position you're posing?
No, the administrative assistant has been here.
Okay,
and that's
And
just,
that's
that's.
Caroline down, okay.
I would just state though that like that housing project, when Councilman Cross and I could sit during the monitoring. There's a lot of different filing and stuff and more attention to detail that if you did separate that, I just don't want it to see, kind of go like. Slip through the cracks a little bit. I think that there does need to be somebody who is dedicated solely to housing and insurance, and if we do go out into different avenues. For the housing department itself, if that is a policy decision, that would be. I feel like it would be more time inducive to that position. Specifically for that specific project. So like if they are going to be like helping. I'm gonna use this as a big what if, because this is a policy decision. What if we did start assisting people with applications to USDA? And filing through all of that different stuff, but again, that's policy, that's.
That's why I want to get to know more about all this. The meeting I sat in on four individual families that were held from one to both. Four families. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the money that comes from the family, people do something, what is it, 20% of that? Towards administration
$20,000.
here. No matter if we serve one person, or if we serve 50. Well, I'd like to kind of get a better handle on how many people are actually being served. And, I guess that's a function of how much money is available too, because, and there's a cap of $20,000 per applicant. And anything over that, you're on your own, and they try and get it as close as they can to that 20. But that's tough to do, you can't with 100% certainty say, yeah, this is only gets to come in under $20,000. So, it just seemed like a lot, maybe there's 4 applications in one program year. As a full-time job.
Well, there's this, in this budget, like in the upcoming budget year, we're proposing another person to just do it part-time. But then I did budget a little bit more because of conversations of developing that housing department itself. What if they're not only doing CDBG?
Right, exactly. Yes, we need, number one, we need to decide if we're gonna do it at all. And number two, if we are, what's it gonna be? Is it just gonna be sinking, or is it gonna include other elements?
And if we would like to see it incorporated, Councilwoman Helms into another position, I would just change our benefits, because right now, as a part-time position, I'm not offering any
Right.
benefits at a time.
And I think that goes to another good point. I mean, this is even though they're not gonna make a lot of money, it is a critical benefit to our community. And I don't know that we're going to attract the best person for that position if we're not offering benefit. I mean, I'm just being honest. If I were applying for a job, I'm looking for benefits, or I'm looking for enough of compensation that I can pay for my benefits on my own, which is through the roof. And that's a whole other, that's why I'm saying, like, we might need to consider this being positioned in duties with another position, and it's one full-time position. And that's why I was saying, but when they're doing housing benefit or housing administrator duties, it should be a dedicated day.
I like that because that might be the idea.
No, it's so grand, isn't it? But I think that's fair to the employee because we're asking a big responsibility.
Like the administrative assistant is a full-time job, is that correct?
Yes.
And so that's listed at $38,511. And then the housing administrator is presented as a part-time job. But that's listed at $45,000.
Right, there's a bit of a,
And I'm not sure how full-time can be $7,000 less than.
well, administrative is getting benefits.
Right.
So you have to take into account.
These are just salaries, these aren't benefits too.
Right, that's what I'm saying. You have to take into account the administrative assistant is actually making more if they choose to take benefits. I'm just saying, in my little utopian world, I would love to see this not be a part-time position, because I don't think we're gonna get the best person for the job.
But Mr. Crowder is correct in that none of us understand the health department fully. I think that it is important to the community. I think that we could develop it, and know more and learn more. I love the idea of the CDBG coming and talking about us. That's a good start. But for now, we're not ready to do more than we're doing with the
Right.
CDBG. So I'm with you that the administrative assistant or some employee that also has other responsibilities takes a maximum of. And it's not even 2 days, it's hours of days, because we're only dealing with $80,000.
And 20
And
that's
that's
4 people.
And that's gone like that. And
Yeah, but other
They're on 4 times.
But other people apply. I mean, so there's a waiting list. So it's not just for people. I mean, we're working with, it's not, I wish it were that cut and dry, and I know less than both of you because y'all have sat in the meetings, but from what I understand, there is a list of people who are asking for help. We can only help four, but the other question is if if we've got $80,000, could we divide it more where we're helping 8 people at $10,000? It's like, there's a list.
Okay, with CDBG on how we're gonna spend the $80,000. They want to give us $80,000, but we can't seem to tell them how we're gonna spend the money we've already got.
Right. I'm just saying, like, in my little utopian world, this position looks a little different.
Focus out there with line, streamline, staff and the nonprofit and volunteer. So that can be an aspect of it too, if we choose to go in that direction, but that takes staffing, which is budget.
That has to be it has to come from 3 places. Federal municipal programs, church, and then local neighbor helping neighbor. Church, neighbor helping neighbor. We're not talking about salaries or anything there. There's something else that brings them to the table with that. But yeah, I could give you guys. But I think, isn't that what we are now?
Yeah.
And that's where we kind of get ourselves in trouble. People have expectations, they might not be realistic expectations. But we're basically a facilitator. Yeah, thanks. I'm sorry you have this situation. I think I understand your need. Let me gather all the information from you. There are programs that we can help you get, but don't you keep working it. Don't feel like you just handed it off to us and we're gonna take care of it.
I can incorporate what it sounds like from the discussions as to incorporate this into a different position, talking to that staff member, and then also prior to the first reading is to have some sort of draft housing department and different rules and regulations before the first reading of the budget. And have
What's that gonna be?
First reading of the budget would be during May, the May meeting, cause we have to have 2 readings of the budget before June 30th, 2026.
There's still a big picture piece that's missing here for me. And we've talked a couple times about a overall staffing report that was done previously, and I've yet to see that. But I think staffing depends on the goals, that we have set for this year and what support our existing staff needs to reach those. And I think that there are a lot of questions to be answered about how we approach housing. I agree that I don't think we're in a position to bring on another person just for that right now. I think it needs to stay, but I just think there's a bigger strategic vision to look at in terms of what the overall staffing needs to be to accomplish the work that we need to do within the town. And part of that is defining the work, like what's the housing project going to be that, I'd like to hear from all of you as to where and how do we do that? Do we hire someone? Is it some of it, the outsourcing, like with the, code enforcement, rather than hiring someone, we can outsource that. We're talking about whether or not we do things in-house or out of, outsourcing. And sometimes that's a really good option. So I just think there's a bigger picture, and I'd really like to see that report that was done on staffing. We kind of know where
I'm
we
sending it
are.
to you now.
And, thank you.
Yeah.
Excellent.
I agree too. I do think housing, it's what we're doing right now is not a lot. We could be doing more, but it needs, the housing project needs to become a housing department, if that's the will of the council. which means it's going to need some ordinances, some code, some development. And I think that's next fiscal year. I think for this budget coming up, we should continue what we have going on. I like Wendy's idea, and I think very it's a really good point that we need to look at, we're not trying to hire somebody new to do this. You know, and it may be that if we can't figure it out any better than we currently have to figure it out, we might have to put it on pause until we figure out how to properly deal with it.
The one thing to keep in mind that the CDBG project is very programmatic. There's not a lot of leeway.
Right, that's.
You gotta cross the Ts and dot the Is, and it's gotta be right there. So that's, and you have to have somebody that they can do that. And you can't, like, you have stuff files and.
So-
We don't get the money.
Can I just share? So I'm familiar with a group of guys locally right here in Allendale that have some money, they just have some interest, they want to help people with their houses. Right, they're good Bible believing people, but they're not affiliated with any church. They have a website that I can give somebody and that person just goes, fills in their needs and they address it. So you have that. And then I had a guy call me and had coffee with me and was telling me all about his grand vision that he calls that, and apparently there's a group of people and they had a fundraiser called Charleston United. Sounds like a soccer team, but it's not. And he told me that there are 80 plus groups like the one that I just described to you.
In this area.
In the, I think, Tri-County area. So that movement's going on. And so he said, so you just hang loose, you'll be getting an invite to a launch. I mean, he's got this grand vision. And I said, I'll tell you what, yeah, send me an invite, but we're not gonna just sit here and wait for that. If my guys get a request, they're gonna address it. So it's kind of like you say, I mean, we can bog it down with filling in and checking the boxes and filling in the lines. Or we can just communicate the fact that there are programs out there. And the solution is ultimately is a combination of all of the above.
Get most result that way, I think.
Yeah,
There's a lot of nonprofits that, are able to help with this as well. And
Yeah.
I think having a resource list. And I also, I think there's a liability question for the town as to who we're directing people to, and we need to know, have that vetted and credible and all that, or the disclaimer. So at some point, I think that's conversation from that, but I think the whole housing issue is a totally separate discussion from where we are now, trying to keep us out of the rabbit hole any further. But I think we need to have a separate meeting about housing.
It's so exciting, like, what is the ad hoc 3-person committee, who gets together to discuss all this, like, all? Like, without a quorum.
I'll do it.
There'd be, if it's a specific. Right now, I think that the goal was to send it to the administrative committee and you'd still have FOIA purposes, and if you create different subcommittees of just like 3 people, you'd still have to have FOIA. But like, if you guys just have separate meetings in general and then report back to the council, it would be less. It would be 3 or less.
Let's talk about how we can do that outside this meeting.
What's our vegetarian commitment? Can keep money in? Yeah.
And to keep money in here to keep the expenditures down.
Yeah, keep that revenue source so that we can utilize it if and when we choose to do stuff.
That would be in, that's like the personnel part that would show underneath. Expenditure HUD Charleston County, that's,
So they come to us and say, we can offer you X amount of money
yes,
as your portion, whatever.
in that program, yes.
And we just say, okay, sign us up,
Yes,
and we can use it or not.
If it's, yeah, it's a use it or lose it, and if we continue to start losing funds, the odds of us, yeah.
Well, that's good to know.
But I
Helping,
did have that update with Luella, and then the remaining part to kind of keep us moving forward is the other current, town and staff. The way that I did it is a COLA calculation based off of the CPI index for the south region. I provided that in the Excel sheet, but I did it on a 12-month average from March to March. And it actually stayed stagnant between the 2 years, so it was recommended for a COLA increase of 2.77. And those calculations can be found on the Excel sheet that I did send to the council if you'd like to see how the math kind of works out. Now, that is a policy decision if you would like to give us those recommended changes, but I kind of did highlight those on the budget.
Which items that line?
That would be the administrative assistant, the planning clerk, the planning administrator, myself,
Oh, all of, so
but that's a policy
the
decision.
26.7 budget includes that.
Yes, it right now I budgeted to include the COLA, but if you don't want to include the COLA, I would have to make those.
So that's a 2.7% cost of living range, basically.
Yes,
Or cost of living assessment. is that-
yes, and the way that I did that again was from the consumer price index for the
I
salaries.
saw that, but I think, I can see, let me just show them. I think it's legitimate to have a cost of living. Now, that's an annual thing, right? If anybody,
And staff needs to be evaluated. But I haven't incorporated any merit increases, because they have not been evaluated yet.
and is that does that require council's attention, or how does that go?
Yes, I would come up and I could have that done before the first reading of the budget, with all of the evaluations, to provide that to you.
I mean, as far as the actual physical evaluation, do you have?
Oh, that would be me sitting down with the
Yeah.
with the employees, and then I would report back to council.
Like, do you have the chair of the people committee in the room, or is that just you all by yourself?
Historically, it looked like when they were done, that it was, and this was done back, I believe, in 23 or even 22.
Town administrator.
Yeah, it's just in the town administrator.
This is, I think,
Just two people who are enough. All right. Any questions, anybody?
But I will make amendments to the budget just so that you know the numbers will change slightly, because the housing administrator is gonna go back to $20,000, but that's gonna change around how that looks.
Yeah, we need to see that, and we built that certainly after this morning's difficult work, will this be changed?
Benefits and taxes, I highlighted all of those because we got one check to people for insurances and one check for retirement. I combined those instead of having them separated as I did in the previous budget, which is why I highlighted it. But the employee taxes paid is what we are, the employer pays. And that is calculated at 7.65% of all of the salaries added up, and then same with the PIPA benefits. There's a separate sheet that shows all of the insurance and retirement, how much that costs. And it's broken down by each employee and council. And it's separated on that sheet between the general fund and the water fund, so that's where you see where all of those numbers are coming in on those. And PIVA, for anybody who doesn't know, is the Public Employee Benefit Authority. And we just became a PIVA member as of July 1, 2025. So receiving all of those retirement benefits and all of, if we're an optional employer for insurance, so you do not have to take our insurance if you don't want to. But if you are a full-time employee or have been a part of the PIVA system at any point in time, like, and that includes the South Carolina retirement system or there's PORS, which is the police officers retirement system, and that's also firefighters, so that's at a higher percentage, which we haven't had. Any of those, But, that's how that gets calculated. 9% from the employee's paycheck and then 18.56 from the town.
Thank you for making that happen.
Mm-hmm.
That was, yes, that was
Yes.
moving forward on that.
Did you know line item?
So that would be benefits and taxes, I just went through all of those. And then the different pages for where you can see the breakdowns of those is
Yeah.
underneath this.
But
Okay,
did we totally skip
I agree.
the facilities and grounds manager?
Oh, I just mixed that with the park board as a full-time position, that's why I did it. And I can, so that position, as I stated before, that the park board definitely does need a dedicated employee to assist with all of the different programs that they're having. In addition to assistance with handling the landscaping contract or handling the landscaping themselves. All of the building maintenance required for not only this building, but in general for any town facilities. Ensure also to, like, if we found the right person assisting with any of our tree ordinance, and they can go out on site and be like. Yeah, I understand that this, if they have the necessary certifications, they can look at and say, yes, this is a disease tree, and that would be a staff member going out. Rather than having to hire a full-time arborist. And they would be the ones assisting with that decision or understanding that. I have seen that position at previous. Previous jobs. Kind of. Be excellent in that, and I actually do have somebody in mind, and I'll have that, draft. Job description ready,
For which one you have someone in
the
mind?
facilities and grounds manager.
You already have someone in mind, okay.
But that person is also the arborist?
They could be like an arborist, so like if they're, perhaps, like I know somebody, like, I'm gonna use. At the town of Seabrook Island, they found someone that did have all of those necessary certifications, and he could literally look at a tree and say, oh yeah, this is the type of this specific. Floor.
Well, I had the opportunity to understand how that works, cause. I had one of those trees that starts at the ground and goes up two ways. One of them fell. And I was told I can just go ahead and get that out of there, cause it was laying on my garage roof. The other one, I had to have an arborist. I was dealing with the town of Allendale. But my tree guy had an arborist. It's part of they're used to. Yeah, let me get my arborist out here and I'll give you the form and documents.
But this would be for somebody who's, say for instance, they just have a landscaper who doesn't have that, and they're like, I'm having somebody help cut it down, but they don't have the funds to pay for an arborist. We could assist and. Adjust your fee schedule for that as like a site visit and saying, hey, I'm sending this staff member out because. I'm gonna use myself as an example, if I look at a tree. I don't know if it's diseased, dead or dying, I couldn't tell you what kind of floral or fauna or what's the best type to be deer repellent or what's. The best for our area, that would be that person to be able to facilitate, to tell me, hey, Catherine, here's what you need to tell the council. And relay that information.
Yeah.
I feel like we might be stretching that position a little far with trying to find a facilities and ground manager with that level of expertise. That kind of seems like very diverse, you know. I see the overlap and I hear what you're saying. I just think we need to focus on finding a really good facilities and ground manager that can do the work and manual labor and those tasks.
The grass, huh?
Well, no, not just, no, way beyond that,
I mean,
but
like, we should, all of us could be arborists, probably the guys that do
Well,
it.
That's a.
And then they're really good arborists, it's a long line, but.
there's a lot of expertise.
But there are a
in
lot of
that.
great arborists out there too that know what the pathogens are and all that sort of thing, and tell you the future, like forecast the future of a tree. But I wanted to talk about, I think this is important, I don't think it's something that we discussed when we talked to the park board, other than mentioning it. But a facilities and grounds manager would be able to, for instance, fix the plywood problem on the shed on pump number 2 back there, right?
Yes, they would have like the whole maintenance schedule for everything related to that.
They would cut all the grass, or they would manage the person that cuts all the grass, is that right?
Right.
Right, they would fix that window over there, is that right?
Yes,
They would do the thing. So that's, I just wanted to take take a minute to understand what we're talking about as far as position. What they would do is cutting around the town signs out on the highway that say, welcome to Allendale, they would mow that and make sure that stays good.
painting the sign, making sure it's not deteriorating, if we need to replace that sign, like different stuff that the council has been discussing since I've been here.
Right?
Somebody needs to-
Fill in the whole department lot.
Managing mechanical systems, repairing the infrastructure and the repair.
Changing the oil on the ground.
Clean the ditch.
Well,
Or the culvert, that culvert that communicates ditch to ditch, and that's the ditch is good, but the culvert's not done. So, and we think that's a full-time position. So
Yes.
just like taking the temperature of the council, do y'all think this position, this facilities and grounds manager is a good idea?
I think so.
If we-
Especially if they complete the, projected capital improvements for phase 2. And just general maintenance, that's somebody's gonna have to do that.
I like it too, even though to Grace's point, we still might have to get the grounds manager to call it permanent.
I think we need, I just don't think we should expect. That's a very specialized area, and that, person may wanna do food and not worry about maintenance and all of that, so. Just my thought.
I agree, we could use that already.
Make sure the cameras security cameras are working.
Yeah.
We used to use somebody like that years ago, wasn't Mike Horizon?
I thought the mayor was.
You work the other day and keep quiet. He was something else.
He's a character.
Now, does this person also have to pass a drug test?
Yes. No, that is a state and federal.
So it's never gonna happen.
For the record, we can find somebody.
You might be able to pass the drug test, but it. It's still be random.
You want one or the other? Which one do you want?
Moving on from there, so
Please.
the see total of the salaries, when you look at it and the benefits. Last year when we were going through the travel expenditures, they were actually, even though that they were technically executive line items, they're actually for anybody within the town to be handling travel and going to conferences and also the millage and the telephone. So like the mileage and the telephone, so like if they're going to like the travel and the conferences, and then the mileage would be something completely separate, but there's also part of that line item is. For instance, for my contract, I get $300 for my mileage, so I don't use the town car, but if I go to any of the different meetings that I go to. Like when I travel back and forth from Columbia, I'm not submitting a reimbursement for that, because the town is already anticipating me doing that type of travel
You get $300 for your car
a month.
a month.
And it comes out of my salary, so I need to break out that salary expenditure and put it off, because I'm paying taxes on it. And also put it down towards the mileage.
So $3,600 a year for travel.
Mhm.
Do you do that much travel?
Yes.
Does that count driving to and from?
No. So this is me driving like back and forth from Columbia, if I'm meeting with different places in North Charleston, meeting with, going out for different grants, if I'm meeting with different eligible companies for grant projects, if I'm going towards, all of that.
Yeah. All right.
So do we need $35,000 for travel and conferences?
I think we do for, that's for anybody who wants to go to different conferences, especially with,
We've only 2,300 for loss.
but I think for like, for our planner who's going to be getting his AICP, I would, and all of that different travel and training essentially for that conference, I would say that would fall under that. If we want to have them get more other certifications, any staff member who wants to continue for their educational purposes for like,
Or if we hire a utility water person who needs to get there.
that goes underneath the.
Oh, that's the water fund,
But
that's right.
anything related to anybody else getting their certifications, any of the conferences that I go to would be paid out of that travel and conference, the annual municipal meeting. Any of you councilmen, any council would like to go on a conference and say, hey, I wanna learn more about this, you'd be reimbursed, either the town would pay for it or you'd be reimbursed for it. I still think that there's a need to keep it that high, just because I would like to encourage staff to be able to attend these trainings and get up to date.
We can always do amendments, so.
Well, yeah, if you'd like to. And then you'd like me to lower that number and then we can amend it later.
I can keep it, but if we see that we don't need it, then like, be adjustment. Those places, that I'm familiar with, don't just be one budget. The whole fiscal year, haven't revisited. During the whole year, they do. At least a mid-year budget adjustment. And when Greg was here, he said, yeah, I'd like to do one 4 times a year, I don't know if that ever happened. But we're ready to have that.
It didn't happen,
There's a lot of other stuff going on.
but I would say for like.
We need to revisit this budget before this time next year, something.
We can, for the, I personally haven't seen it, because I've only been at small organizations for like just that specific line item, they usually just kind of keep it for that year and say, okay. If I need to anticipate more or less, but they haven't revisited it 4 times a year, but that doesn't mean we can't.
Well, hoping we're gonna get a more robust financial reporting aspect going forward.
Well, that's coming up in the general activities. I'll discuss that a little bit further, but were there any other questions related to travel expenditures or anything related like that?
I get that, I mean, in the worst case scenario, we mark it there again, don't use hardly any of it, and then just show whatever, it's make money on this, so.
For legal expenditures, I did increase that amount, especially with all of the ordinance amendments and the zoning code rewrite and everything else that we have been discussing with our attorneys. I have increased that line item significantly just based off what we've currently done this year. What I'm anticipating for next year, especially with the zoning code rewrite. I did not put a lot into litigation expense. We don't have any. Knock on wood, pending litigated, yes.
This actual number seems very low considering the mediation that occurred this year. Have we not gotten all of those bills yet?
That was that was 24, 25, not 25, 26.
But the actuals would have still, because that mediation just occurred, right?
Those mediations, I thought occurred prior to June 30th, 2025.
But I'm saying, I guess so, when the judge finally gave the judgment, that's.
I haven't seen that invoice yet.
Okay, so we haven't got, let's just assume we've not got all the invoices in, because that is
I'll reach out to that attorney to ensure that.
the one in Columbia.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm gonna reach out and ask him for a bill. Do we do that?
Well, I mean, it's coming. It's coming.
I don't have any outstanding.
Well, I think part of the question was, I think we had maybe asked for our fees to be paid in that judgment. Because we were wronged, try not to say too much outside of, you know what I'm saying? So,
Follow up with Matt and.
okay.
Edit that budget.
I just was curious because we had asked for those fees to be paid and I'm just not sure, are we gonna end up being liable because the other party is not gonna pay them?
And that, yeah, I can
Okay.
ask both.
Okay, okay.
It's not good here, but.
Is that the signal for lunch?
You know that it is coming.
And let me backtrack just a second, violence of telephone. we guess we're gonna spend 10,600. We spent nothing, or?
I have to edit my line item because it per payroll, it's currently all being just put to my salary. And then I need to edit that.
You said we're already. Alright, so that includes your mileage, that 8,600 we talked about, and your cell phone, the phone.
The town cell phone.
I'm so sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
I'm now gonna move on to planning and zoning expenditures, so you'll notice that we no longer will have a planning contractor. That is budgeted for 0 for this coming fiscal year. And then, planning and zoning expense, that is for our GoGov. But I will say that if we do go with CCNI services, they provide the building permit software and can incorporate all of our zoning software. So we wouldn't have to be paying for all of those fees anymore. We can still use it for just specifically notifications, and I would be able to amend the budget accordingly to show that it would no longer be coming out of planning fees, but we would have full access and full rights to that permitting software. And it's more tailored and upgraded than what we currently have through GoGov. Staff has also looked, by staff, I mean, Takia and Dan took the time to review that software too prior to saying that they would like to use CCNI services if they liked it and they liked that interface. And that would come to us at no cost to us, I believe. I can triple check that before the first reading of the budget. But that was my interpretation at the council retreat.
You see, now here we come.
General activities, so these are all of our payroll processing, office supplies. By telephone, and this is like our landline phones, technology, internet, VC3 services, and what they provide. I'm gonna highlight 2 of them that I would say for. And the insurances include not only our billing ones, but also our workers' comp. So anything and our automobile, so there's 2 insurance companies that we use the state for our. Commercial liability, our building insurances, and our vehicle insurances. And then we also use them for our general tort liability. And then we have the Hartford, which is our workers' comp. And the workers' comp not only covers every single member of staff, but it also covers any of our volunteers, so any of our boards and commissions.
So that, all of that's on, there's a lot.
That is- Yes, that's all lumped into the line that says.
We should break that down. Because that should be split into those all the separate parts, $65,000. I would ask for an itemized invoice if I was receiving that from a contractor.
You should know that this budget is far and away more detailed than it was 2 years ago.
And the numbers were.
Far,
the
far
numbers were-
away more
yeah,
detailed.
like the arithmetic.
I mean, I like where your head's at, but just know.
Are you trying to, I'm picking up what you're putting.
Yeah. Just know. We're getting there.
I'm just making a note for if we'd like me to do it for each individual insurance to be its own separate line item.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
You have dues and subscriptions.
Dues and subscription, that includes our municipal association dues, our
This is another one that should be broken out.
okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I did ask this 2 years ago, so.
Sorry about that.
No, you're fine. No, I'm just saying like, we're making great strides in where this started. But there's dues and subscriptions, because some of it's for you, some of it's for Dan, some of it's just for the town, so.
I'll separate those before the first reading.
Donations.
Same with, well, some of those donations are for that the town has done historically, Project Holders. The Bolton Painting Festival for $500.
Those should be broken out too. And then have a line item from miscellaneous if something comes up.
Yes, I do have a line item for miscellaneous expenditures.
No, miscellaneous under donation,
Okay.
like,
Miscellaneous.
yeah.
I might separate those two, they're all separate. Like, yeah.
Yeah.
So just insurances, dues and subscriptions and donations will, when you look at it for first reading, will be its own. 4200, or like, not 42,
Right.
but like something, a different number that is not currently being used.
Yeah, that's, are you talking about? I imagine the donations.
Well, yeah, like every year, we always donate a lunch for the Teacher Appreciation Week. We always donate to Bulls Bay Nature Festival. We all, like, historically, we've just always done the supporting of events.
We donate to the Bulls Bay Nature Festival, that's a federal event, right?
Town does,
Nonprofit.
yeah, it's nonprofit, we manage the yeah, that's me, that would be me.
Well, then I know that.
Yeah.
The town has always, since the Bulls Bay Nature Festival.
It's a sponsorship that the
Yeah.
town's recognized for, McClellanville does it, Berkeley Electric supports,
Right.
help support with it as an
I
individual,
don't think that number's kind of low.
thank you.
I can, would you like me to?
Kind of low. 5,000.
How, what's the,
Donations
are we doing everything we can do through Operation Cool Duty? And we're looking for?
That is pretty good thing. He buys all the air conditioners. Some of the seniors who need it during the summer months and stuff like that, so. And so it's been around about 20 years.
Yeah.
Is that something we could be more? Do more of?
I think that would be where we maybe look at a partnership, like what Paul's been talking about, to see if any of those groups may also want to contribute, or maybe bring their trailer and pick more up and deliver them. Because,
install, please.
Yeah.
well, I mean, there you go into like some liability stuff, but at least deliver. I'm
So we
talking to you.
buy the air-
friends
I
with
heard
trailers.
you.
Your friends with trailers
Oh,
and things like that.
yeah.
I actually believe Miriam who assisted with, delivering them.
They're all, but they're donated.
Through Project Hillbreeze.
Okay, so under these donations, we're talking about stuff that the, like, donations the town is making rather than donations the town is receiving.
Correct.
Okay,
So these,
under expenditures.
I will separate this two before first reading to show each individual line.
And still leave one for miscellaneous.
Yeah, it'll
yeah.
be its own
Yeah,
separated fund expenditure now, so that you can accurately track it. The other ones I wanna highlight are the building maintenance and plant and accounting. So the building maintenance and plant, this building still this line item will still be higher because we still need to account for the expenditure, the other related expenditures to the HVAC. And then, when I was talking with the HVAC contractors, they recommended to also do blow-in insulation so that our units are working more efficiently and effectively. I have drafted an RFP going through legal to present at the upcoming town council meeting. But there's also ones for the bathrooms, the windows,
mhm.
There was another one that I put on there, it's like a giant RFPs to incorporate it all into one, so we could get a GC and pinpoint it for it.
I have some concerns about the spray. Are we talking about spraying in the foam insulation?
So it's the white foam, it's not like foam, so it's just like, it's like, no, so they.
No, okay.
And there's very specifics, cause
Okay, not the one that hardens.
No,
Okay. Yeah,
So
yeah,
this, they did not recommend that because
No.
this building is so old
yeah.
and
It won't breathe.
it won't, yeah.
Yeah.
There would be more involved if we did do it that way. I had to ask somebody specifically, because I said, I am also not a contractor, but I asked the expert, and then also with the windows, the reason why the window units haven't been taken out. Is because when I was looking around at them again and I said, hey, you guys are taking these out, right? And they looked at it and said, no, you're gonna need somebody else to take it out. Because they're screwed into the window.
Right.
So that's.
How do you do? How do you do it?
This is a beautiful building with a lot of windows. But when I was talking with other municipalities for like specific windows, depending on how many we get, I mean, like, some of them. For instance, like Collinville was looking at redoing a school and that has a lot more windows, but that was just 1.7 million just for the windows.
Yep.
Well, there's,
But we could do phases.
But we could-
We absolutely could do new windows in council chambers, phase one, and then phase two, the front of the building, phase three, the back of the building.
And going after different.
So what are they like,
there are ways,
28 or 32 or something, there are a lot of windows.
Yeah.
It
there,
is, it
some of
is,
the older historic windows, I don't know that you would want to take out, but there are ways that you can insulate, there's storm panels that can either go on the inside or outside, they're completely invisible, they require them to be used in the historic district in town that insulate, and you don't have to destroy the historic windows. And you can still get the energy efficiency out of that.
But there's the main one though, is just because that's the reason why for the increase, because this building still needs a lot of TLC.
right, but this building, is it designated as a historic landmark? So we don't, I think we need to,
Yeah, so my question of this budget line, I think we get, I'm not mind talking about the building a little bit, that's probably important, but the idea that, what is it, y'all put 250,000 in? Last year, I don't know, those are close, where is it?
It's
4209.
We spent when we,
Right here, y'all put 250,000 last year, and we've spent 28.5, but we've spent way more than that just now.
well, because those expenses haven't been,
We haven't been billed yet.
that were,
Remember, this is year to date.
well, some of those expenditures came out of ARPA, and then these are the ones that are following up that we're getting the last bills for.
Right.
Okay.
So like, we haven't accurately counted for the remaining part of the,
But we've made Savannah something.
yeah, but that came out of
ARPA.
ARPA expenditures, so we've spent all of that now.
So that wasn't that wasn't our budget.
And keep in mind, going forward, we will no longer have ARPA money and we'll be on our own to fund
Well,
it.
I think grants, once you get an audit, there's a lot of help out there.
But in theory, don't ever assume you're gonna win a grant, but in theory, we are now responsible for,
250,000, 400,000, or all that. Like, here's the question I'd like to get everybody to sit through. Like, I know the councilman, 10 minutes has a deep and abiding love for this building, particularly when we went to school. All right,
We want,
you went to school with this building.
yeah,
All right, good. And it is, and a lot of people did, it's fantastic. I met the guy at Dump the other day, he was like, that's where I went to, Headstone,
it's stuff.
right? And Spike was running around here for the first, Blue Grant Festival.
There's blue ground.
So this building has a lot of historical significance to our town. Right, and maybe one day, I have some ideas about it becoming a museum or something like that, we have town somewhere else. But it is not on the National Register of Historic Places. Nor do I think with the additions that have been done to it, it will ever be. Right, but we do vote in a wood grant instead of a aluminum grant to preserve the historic look of the building. But it isn't an historic structure.
Well, we have, I mean, has anyone looked into that?
yeah, there's a very good chance you're listening up, I think. Just,
I think we need, I think a good starting place would be to fully assess the historical value of the building, and I'm sure there are people who do that, and I'm sure there are grants that pay for it, for historic preservation. And I think before we do, I think before we do any major structural things, that would be a good place to start,
we've already done major structural things.
Well-
And I do think, and I do appreciate historic significance, however, I do think it can handicap you when progress has been made in efficiencies, and I do think it would be short-sighted of us to have spent all this money on HVAC and to not have windows I mean, like, this one's painted open.
The other ones are all painted shut.
Right, I mean, that's a problem. Maybe, and that's the problem. So I mean, I'm just saying, in general, we may end up handicapping what we can do to this building.
But I did know to see the historical significance and seeing if we can't get it and the registry. The
Just
other-
throwing that out there.
The other one I wanna point out too is, the accounting line item, I've highlighted that. And when you look in my budget narrative, there's a request for services for a third-party accountant to be, reconciling the books each month and, performing all of the necessary accruals that need to happen and ensuring that we are keeping and, Gatsby, keeping up with all of the regular accounting standards. That also includes the remaining part of those audits, but I put it as a request for services and you can get an accountant for like $1,200 a month, if not maybe a little bit less, to be able to audit our books. And
I'm sorry, what line item? You lost.
that is at 10-4-2-13.
Okay, yes, I see it now.
But that would be specifically, that would be a request for services that I already have drafted and have just received, notice from our procurement attorney reviewing it and made his recommendations on it as well, but I think that that is a need that one, it would help with the separation of duties with everyone, but two, we could have better account, reconciliation reports and to the council each month from the accounting firm.
I'm not sure that's an accounting firm or a bookkeeper. I mean, I see, like, is this number include the money that we're paying an accountant for the auditing?
For the auditors, yes.
Hmm?
For the auditors, yes. So the auditors and the accountant, whether it's a bookkeeper or a firm, are two separate people
Right.
that we're paying. They have to be separated.
Right. So
But they're in this one line item,
They're in the one line.
so it should be separate, because they're two different, it is two different entities.
Yeah, and a bookkeeper doesn't,
Bookkeeping services are different than accounting services.
bookkeeper, yeah, just not CPAs.
Correct. They are reconciling, that's it.
And I am 111% paid in having the bookkeeper reconciling, billing, monthly basis, that kind of thing. Hey, real quick, just one line after it goes to utilities.
I think I actually need to increase that one with the HVAC.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's like, we guessed 20,000, but we spent 8,000, but we had no HVAC, so that's. Alright, this building is built to be cold. Because it's hot most of the time, and that's why it's supposed to be in the book, but it wants to be cold. Alright, so we're gonna split out the accounting, so we have the
Yes.
CPA and the bookkeeper listed separately.
Yes, and then, elections, it's not an election year, so I didn't budget anything for elections.
What expenses are involved in elections?
It would just be paying the, Charleston County Board of Electors for the, election expense. And, I think I budgeted a little bit more just in case that there was also a one-off election at the last time, so you'd be paying for two separate elections, but this is not an election year. Now, we could always amend that,
Municipality,
yeah, for our municipality.
correct.
So we're not paying for,
Yeah, there won't be a runoff because we're a plurality. We're not a majority. You just have to get the most.
Unless there was a tie.
yeah,
That's it.
There could be a runoff if there is a tie.
that happens.
very close.
There are so many things that have happened in government recently, so I just don't.
Speaking of elections, there's a report due today through the municipal association on your personal financial statement for
Economic,
The statement of economic interest.
due today.
Done.
it was due by noon, so if you haven't done it, you're right.
Go to jail.
Oh,
Thanks to
You'll
me.
pay a fine, but they'll contact the election commission, will contact you months later, where you've accrued a little bit more fees. I've seen that happen.
All right, are we down to my favorite subject?
The other one too,
Playground.
well, the playground, I did decrease that because we are receiving the donation from Berkeley Electric for the
They
playground.
were here today on the playground.
Mhm.
Were they looking at?
Mhm.
oh, that's what they were doing.
Mhm.
Cool.
I
And
talked
then
to him.
so you guessed 10,000 and then why is that empty set after 10,000?
Cause we haven't spent anything on the playground.
Ah, so it looks like it too.
But I decreased that for just general maintenance after the playground gets, thank you Berkeley Electric again. But once we get brand new playground equipment, if there's any like, just general maintenance. As like a line item there, I do wanna point out and then the town Chevrolet SUV maintenance will also change too, because that'll be a brand new car and I'll have a different line item for just vehicle maintenance.
So y'all guessed $8,000 in Chevrolet maintenance
Yes.
last time. How do you get to 8,000?
If
Oh,
you
but it
have to-
includes gas.
A lot of oil.
Well, you have to,
Yeah, I guess.
but any additional like wear and tear, if there's brand new tires or anything related to that, that's for the entire.
So that's depreciation also.
But the
So $60. Anyway, it's been meeting.
well, I have to break out those. At the very bottom of the expenditures, there's the credit card. And when we were putting them into QuickBooks, it was just going to that credit card expense and not being put to each individual fund, and I will be doing that before first reading.
Right, and is that you, is that your, that's the, rectify these, but there's no, can't go out.
I would say put the categorization of the credit card, and then it's also triple checked by the clerk is officially putting it into the system. The last thing I wanted to put in there is I did put a placeholder for special projects for a consultant fee. That, I put it in as a placeholder just in case we wanted to get a consulting firm to assist with the zoning code rewrite, because that is gonna be a very large undertaking. And I've seen a lot of municipalities obtain a firm that assists through that process, assists the planners, assists any ad hoc committee or at the planning commission in facilitating that rewrite. And that is a very big and large project. I just wanted to put something in there as a placeholder.
Where's this one?
That is under 10.4220 special project consulting fees.
I didn't give a lot, but it's
So that's under 10.4220. Yeah. Gotcha. Thank you. If council would like me to, again, I would like to say if council would like me to change any of these numbers, by all means, please tell me, because this is y'all's budget.
Yeah, I think after giving it line by line, we can. Go back, I don't mind overfunding something and then just knowing, yeah, it's gonna go
And it
back.
could-
Gonna go back and be like, well,
And it could be-
like money, right?
And then it can be amended at any point in time. By 2 readings of the. By ordinance,
By the way,
by ordinance,
yeah, you said by the fee,
2 readings by ordinance. American Rescue Plan Act, I'm gonna gloss over, because again, we're spending all of the expenditures by the end of this fiscal year, so there's nothing budgeted for this line item. The housing project, I've just accumulated the difference between the reimbursement and the expenditure, because we're still waiting on some, like. There's a difference of $825, we're waiting on that reimbursement from the county for that $825, which is why our expenditures are lower than our revenues coming back in. The annual events, I will work with the park board again on this, but I did increase those line items to make them For the, like, the back to school donation, for like, when we do put on that, I've estimated just a little bit more. Funds on that, and same with the Fall Fest, the Christmas parade, and any other like. The Easter egg hunt, but any other events that the town does put on. And again, that was provided in my budget narrative, but those items are just essentially. We are looking forward to doing more events.
So just
Town
the back to school donations. That's that is like $3,000 was spent,
Yes,
and that was on backpacks and pencils and markers and glue and things like that. And we handed those out to the community, or did we donate that to a back to school organization?
we cut a check to St. James Elementary for the $3,000. And that was a council decision for that.
That helps some supplies.
But like, because we could purchase supplies and stuff and also host an event. To stay, because I believe that has happened historically, of having people come to us rather than giving to just one one organization.
Yeah.
Just because you have some kids in the community go to Wando, or they're not, they've already left St. James, but they might still need help.
Yeah, I'm sure there's the best way to do that.
And it-
I've seen packet for you buy your back to school packet. And we had like a packets, and everybody would come in and get packets.
Well,
We can,
I was gonna say, one thing I had talked to Gregory about a long time ago was maybe making it more, not necessarily a festival, but see if like a barber wants to come and offer haircuts, or if there's a dentist who wants to come and do like some quick little dental checks to make sure, you know, I mean, just
Lion's Vision Service or.
just like, and maybe it's not just backpacks, maybe we can pick up like some sneakers or socks or packs of underwear, something just to, where it's a little bit more,
I'm with you on that. And so Oktoberfest, is that a beer tasting, or what is Oktoberfest?
I wish you would.
it's something, it's not something we've had, yeah,
Oh, we have had that. Yeah, we've
but
had
not
that.
not the past year or so.
Yeah,
Not last year, but the year.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
yeah.
And that's like a trunk or treat sort of thing, or you can come up here and.
Yeah, we have, usually donated candy, and we would have it for the kids, and then we'll have a jump castle.
But that would be good to use the park for that.
Yeah.
Have it at the park.
Okay, great, so that's not everything.
Yeah.
And then the Christmas parade, like, I've been living in Illinois, this is a true story, I've been living in Illinois for 28 years. And I've maybe seen something like a Christmas parade one time, and it didn't, but like, maybe I live under a rock, or maybe I'm working right in town, but.
Well, you gotta catch it fast. It doesn't take long.
Of course.
You got it.
Listen, I see the mailboxes on CD Road with like packages, and I'm aware that there was a such a thing. I've just never seen it. And I've had to discover, develop something of a relationship with Mr. Ravenel. Who puts on the Christmas parade. And I don't think he wants to be with it.
no,
I don't think that he gives a damn about doing the Christmas parade ever again.
well, I think it's just because
I think, but it also should be through the town, like we should be, if we wanna have like volunteers, citizen volunteers, that's great, but.
I don't think a parade is how we should spend that money. We can discuss this later. I like having money and doing something for Christmas. But I don't think a parade is the way to do it. I think there's so we can do a lot more good and a lot more. Like a parade is a little too frivolous for me. I think we could do something more beneficial for the community with that amount of money.
I mean, it might be like a bookend to the back to school, like a,
well, the city Holly Beach does a parade, but then at the end, they have Santa come to the park, and then they have like a whole festival of like. All of the floats go by, and then you have the. Santa's there, and you hand out toys like we did in here, so like you could set up something in tandem to have both of it, of like, it's not just a parade. Because I think there is. Comments from the community who would like to have the parade come back, and we can change that in a way. To kind of facilitate both, and you could also do like a toy drive too, like, hey. You come to the parade, drop off your toys for Tots, or. something else.
I just, I'm not a parade guy. I'm one vote, one man, it's just an opinion, but I just don't think that the parade seems frivolous to me, and there's something better to do than parade.
What specifically does the money get spent on?
It would get spent on for like the parade for, well, I haven't done, the parade since I've been here. I've only been here for 1 year, but like last year. And I have to go through those card seats, but it would be like. Police officers for shutting down the street and, For any-
Like
the band.
Bird band plus their lunches.
We had a band and they didn't come.
You can ask, like, it doesn't have to be like the Burke, it could be like Wando or somebody, you have to ask ahead of time.
I might have, but the band sets the pace.
Yeah, I
So it became the horses, cause they couldn't keep up.
know. Here goes the
There
parade.
was the parade was going, and then it's like, is that it? Is that it? And here come the horses.
So I guess that's what I have, that's my opinion about the parade, and if people want the parade, that's fine, I can do the parade, I'm not a parade guy. And then the Easter egg hunt, isn't Easter like? Is Easter like, let's have a parade once we get some shit done. Let's have a parade once we do some good for the town, get some good, we put right, I don't think we're ready to parade right now. I think we're ready to do some community outreach, we can do something in the park where we all bring some bicycles and ride, or certainly. But it's not, I see, I just think we gotta come together a little, we're ready to have a parade. Easter egg hunt, isn't Easter like tomorrow or something?
Yeah.
I haven't heard from somebody about an Easter egg. Is that, does somebody besides Mr. the King? Does Mr. Ravenel also, was he also part of the Easter egg hunt? Who's the driving force behind the Easter egg?
That was a staff.
And it was really popular last year, I understand, like they ran out of eggs or something.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
We only done it 2 years, so.
Right, but everybody loves that.
Again, I do think that's a good utilization for the park and maybe the park board to create some synergy.
It's gotta have it.
Believe somebody got 3 or
Don't have it where they go. Got it?
someone you know as well.
Yeah.
Is that done here or at the park?
At the park.
It's been done at both, it's been done at the park. and-
There's a contingency and it's been done at the park last year.
Right.
Oh.
Okay.
I hope she's okay.
Don't forget your keys, John, your keys, John, your keys.
John, peace.
Oh, that's penny wrapper. Okay.
Oh, that's,
It'll be back and keep us posted, John.
Okay.
yeah. Uh-oh.
Okay, I'll listen, but.
Can you make a note that Mr. Timmons had to leave at 2:20? Thank you.
I
So,
think that would be a good thing to let the park board take a shot at what we might be able to do for an Easter and Christmas event.
Or trunk or treat, you know,
And
we have an
Halloween.
Easter egg hunt this year.
no,
There is,
no.
just not.
No.
Originally, I had
No,
asked the park board to maybe we could open the park with an Easter egg hunt, but we just couldn't get the grand opening done before then. It was pushing it too much. Getting them to the 18th has been, they're going really fast to make that happen.
Then
they gotta get it.
the next,
Figure out what's going on.
the next items, because we've already discussed the park board expenditures when they were here. I'm still keeping, like, I'll still need to do research on the East Coast Greenway. I wasn't able to do it in this fiscal year. That was placed as like a line item for kind of a placeholder for getting grants to continue that East Coast Greenway project. And I just need to dedicate more time to it, but I didn't put a placement in here for this year for anticipating any grants until I officially get one to present to the council. And for transfers, Councilman Crosser, there are no transfers budgeted for the water fund.
So,
And I'll go into that water fund, but right now, the only thing is to kind of transfer into the reserve fund. To the debt register as placeholder for $10,000, we typically do that at the end of the fiscal year. And I'll have a more accurate line item for the council, closer to, first reading or second reading. For the transfer to the debt register for the actuals. And then, the reserve fund, I'm transferring or like adding $33,000 to the.
how much is there now?
I can pull. I can, include those actual numbers at the. Part of the meeting, even at the, town council meeting on Thursday, because I just don't have that. But the transfers usually happen at the very end of the year into the reserve funds.
Can you talk a little bit about what the debt service register is?
The debt service register is anything that like. I'm actually going
What
to
that's
do,
going to?
yes, I'll give you a little bit more detail.
Okay,
Where are you looking to bring it?
if that's a bigger conversation, we
I
don't
think it
have to
is.
have it right now.
Well,
Okay,
no,
that's
I
fine.
think I'll provide that for all council members, it's just right now. I don't want to give you the wrong information, so I just need to get more information.
Okay, no worries, we can keep moving on, we can,
What line
I can
is that?
follow up.
The
4403. That's transferred to debt service register.
4103?
4403.
But at the end of that, those are all of the expenditures for the general fund, so we've gone through all of that.
So look at all the money coming in and all the money going.
And then our balance, they're both equal the same amount going in as it does going out.
19262 number?
Mhm.
Or 19622 number.
Could we possibly get some detail on the credit card?
Yes, the credit card is going to be part of first reading, I highlighted that,
Okay.
it's going to be put into all of the different line items instead of going to that. And that's gonna be done prior to first reading.
Where are you looking at the credit cards?
The very last
The
line.
$19,596.56, so that needs to be broken out into each of the, so each check just needs to be edited towards. How much is getting put to each of the different accounts. The last item, this one.
I saw something here, that it just in your budget area.
Yes, that it's gonna be broken out into the different ones.
Yeah, can you look at that for a second, where did that even come from?
And my budget narrative is just explaining what I just spoke about to you.
Let's take the credit card. Where they go to the credit card, Mr. Town has?
Yeah, that one, every, that was lawless, one for.
What was it?
Well, Treasury and Bill don't have one, and they corporate credit card and everything is just going to that one expenditure in the general fund. I believe at one time. They were being separated and just being paid instead of broken out into the different line items. Of to that person's credit card. And I can ask the auditors to break that down a little bit more, because that would be shown in your the balance sheet. And the BY. And the profit and loss statement year to date.
You know where in there it
It would be in the first two exhibits so probably between exhibit A and exhibit D. Would be shown for the breakout.
But I never, if there was one that actually had names.
That's probably on the balance sheet.
Oh, what about that, this?
Yes, but I didn't know if the council wanted to have a brief break, because I can find out where lunch currently is.
I mean.
We pause.
It was sissies,
What time do you have?
It- It's just the water fund and then all through the entirety of the budget.
Alright. Let's, y'all ready to march along? Let's do the water fund.
So they, and lunch is coming, you can take it with you. But it's okay, slowly but surely. The ones that I wanna highlight are. So you must, just for everybody who is brand new, the water fund must be separate from the general fund because it's an enterprise fund. So anything that is related to the water fund needs to be its own separate budget, which is why 10 is the general when you're looking at the accounting numbers and 20 is the water fund. We have two separate online. When you also look at it from a QuickBooks perspective, we have two different QuickBooks onlines because they're treated as two different companies. So anything that is gonna come out of the water, fund, again, is separate from the general fund. The keynote to, or the one note is, I believe. I was able to manipulate the numbers where there was no transfer in from the general fund. So this water fund should be completely self-sustaining on its own. We will work with the municipal association for the set-off debt to send out to collections, cause that was an item. When speaking with staff members that Gregory handled, and so we need to just get that training through the municipal association, it's a 1-day training. Out in Columbia, and we just send them a list for anybody who is delinquent on their utility bills, we send them to. Past the point of being cut off, we send them to collections. And so then it would come from their income tax. Submit their income taxes, it would come directly from there, and you would receive those revenues coming in. The other one is when you're looking at the water tie-in connection fee. I've highlighted that, because. The way where I came up with that, $424,000 is if we have 74 homes being built, and that's about a third. Of what we're looking at for the build out of all of our PDs, that's included in the budget narrative. At $6,000 top. We should be gaining $444,000, and that's the where I kind of estimated that revenue coming in, because I do believe that that's on a lower estimate, in my opinion, of 74 homes being built in this coming fiscal year. That's just within the town of Alma. That can also be too for any kind of new tie-in connections as well, so like if somebody. Wants to put in a brand new, that would be $6,000.
For the planning department is going to be that 70 homes number, is about right.
I think it's probably the most accurate number.
How many is going right up here on City Road? That's where most of them in City Road.
Well, that one,
It was originally 90, I think it's a little bit less than that now, but it was 91.
If you look at
Tie-in and connection fee.
yes, so it's $6,000, so it's $3,000 for the tie-in, $3,000 for the connection.
That.
Yes, yes, so. And I only did it for residential ones, that's a commercial tie-in is $10,000, but I didn't estimate for those tie-ins just because we don't have a lot of commercial properties. Coming in, but that would increase our revenues into those tie-ins. There's for the total number of homes, if you're looking at the planning department, did put together a major development list. That's like exhibit J of the budget narrative, but I can also send that to you as a separate one as well. We can kind of look at each individual one where it's a major subdivision or a planned development. Is listed out there, how many homes they're anticipating to build out and how many
Can we divert for 1 second? I did have a question about that, so. I'm trying to understand, so I understand proposed homes and remaining. And so of like, for instance, like in my neighborhood, where did I?
Exhibit J is page 36.
Oh, yeah. So like in my neighborhood, there are 3 remaining is what I'm hearing you say. So I understand what the difference is, but I'm trying to figure out where did this 1588 come
That is if you look at the big asterisks.
with this one, the white track.
We have,
It's the cumulative amount of homes that are remaining based on the proposal and how many they've already built up.
But we're not including, because that's what the 1588 number, we're not including the white track.
we're not including, so if you look at the differences between the two, it's the
King
white
track.
track and the king track.
On mine, it says white track Bulls Island Road.
Right, because it's included in red, but if you look at the bottom where it gets to that 1588, it's separated out the, below where it's like white track phase 1 and 2 for 623 for build out, and then the remaining, it also includes, and correct me if I'm wrong, Takia, the white track of the 965.
So what you're saying is that we estimate there are still almost 1,600 homes that are remaining to be built. If the white track does everything they have said they
Yes.
plan to do,
And the king.
both of those.
Yes.
Oh, no.
You, in this number, you use 7 something.
Yeah.
I use
Snake.
I used 74 because I used the 294 remaining as the better estimate. And used about a third of those homes being built. Throughout the ones that are listed on. here.
So we just need to track that throughout the year to see if we're still, like, to see if we're still on target on
Now we
budget.
have a cumulative report of the developments. Now we would be able to go back into the software and instead of us with the paperwork to do some additions, some subtraction to in the report at the end of the year, really nice. We said, I'll be happy. It's gonna be based on, if you guys have a quarterly report, if you report, a biannual report, it's all according to when you need this information, but it's best that you could say in advance when you would need it, so you're not waiting the report to be ready for you all to see, but this is in general for the overall what's left, and I will probably say, like Catherine said, I would say maybe a third of these ones would probably definitely be built.
Okay, so I didn't take us down a bunny trail, but we had not talked about that document and I did want to address that.
No. And I do wanna do a shout out to the planning department because.
Yeah.
The Kia did a lot of legwork, getting this all done, and same with Dan too, they both, which is where I was able to get that number.
Okay,
That's
thank
a
you.
better, best estimate.
Based on 1,500 residents, building 7,500 homes, it's like a 5% increase in population. And the value of here's about that number.
But for the budget wise too, that's where the connection fees came through. I also did for like the projected customer rate charges. I estimated about like the average monthly bill for somebody would be about $40. And so we currently have 397 customers. I had included those 74 customers and I multiplied it by 12, and that's where the customer rate charge came in. Now I can do that on a more monthly basis and giving that update to the council if we need to look at the. I would suggest looking at that more closely for the more accurate revenue numbers. I also highlighted the 2 because when we put them into. QuickBooks, when we're looking at those 2 different line items, I need to go through each of the deposits and confirm that which one is a connection tie-in and which one is a customer rate charge to accurately categorize it. I do believe, like, just looking at it as like a little internal audit, that there were some discrepancies between the 2, but I think I got it in the FY 25-26 actual numbers. I got it to be the best.
And you're talking about line item 3520.
Yeah, 3510 and 3520.
Okay.
We don't know how much we actually took in.
No, we took in like, we've taken in all of those revenues. I have. I just need to go in and confirm the categorization for those.
The 91, 150, 11.
Yes, the 91, 150, 11, and then also the 175, 500.
We don't, that there could be some things up there, you're saying.
Yes,
And, well, do we know on an ongoing basis who's late, who's been cut off and who's not paying?
yes, we do have that, and staff has been working on creating a cutoff list for all of the delinquent payers.
Has anybody said it's been cut off because they don't pay?
Not right now, no, because
Has it ever happened?
yes, it has happened in the past.
We don't know what that is now. Is that what that? Municipal Association South Carolina debt set off connections, is that what that is?
That would be if past that person being cut off and they still haven't paid, then they would be sent to collections after X amount of time.
So. I mean, that's not happened yet so far, but
No, it has not.
what we're thinking is gonna happen next.
Yes.
Why?
Why?
And
Because we need to do it, and I think that it was done on an annual basis from Gregory, as he was the only one that went to the municipal set off debt collections training and sending it to there, because it's a way to collect on those older revenues that we know that people are not gonna pay, and it gets taken off from their taxes.
So. Nearsighted television, maybe put it. You got some people that are getting water and not paying for it, apparently we got people who are being overcharged. And we got people that don't even get the water that are paying for it. How does that all figure into the rate charges thing? And where we stand on the people who are overcharged?
The 10 multiplier, I still have to, I'm waiting on confirmation from our meter provider of when those meters changed, because there was a point in time when we purchased a meter and it only accounted for 10 gallon, like every 10 gallons, it would turn once, and now it's turning every single gallon. I don't know when that time frame is, because I don't know how far back, how many customers back I need to go.
Charge?
No, people are, nobody else is getting overcharged.
How do you think happened? Made all the meters work right?
You have to go into the system and manually change ones that were from a 10 multiplier to a 1 multiplier. Those ones that we have accounted for haven't changed, but I do need to confirm that those are how far back I need to go. Cause then I went back for like, say for instance,
How many people we talking about? Does anybody have any idea of that?
I could provide a detailed report to the council, I just don't have that.
5, 10, 100?
It's not 100, but I think over 20 would be a best guess right now.
We also apparently we didn't get this in live, we've not been informed and actually talking to people out there campaigning. We're not paying money to the town, we're not tying it in.
That is the conversation that we need to talk with our attorney about and changing our
Let's
code.
put that on the executive session for next. And if you can give us an update on this, where we stand with the overcharge stuff too, that would be.
There's a guy that came in earlier, in front door, and was, said he thought he was getting charged for his neighbors using it, and his neighbors was getting charged for this use. I said, look at your cheap mom.
Way to delegate.
Seems like, except for the new, the estimated number of new services coming online, it seems like we should have we should have an accurate number based on past collections, past revenue, like what was brought in, as far as the amount that we're collecting. Like we collected, so it was just under 100,000. In the actual. And I know we're not all through the year, but the So it may be closer to the budget.
The 91,150.
Yeah, it's closer, maybe closer to the 117,300 budgeted, you know, by the end of the year, cause there's still like, what, 4 more months of collection payments to come in. But so that increase between that over $100,000 increase is based on the new, that seems a lot to be based on 76 new homes.
Right, because they're not gonna all be there first of the fiscal year, they're gonna be phasing in.
Right. But it just seems like a big, so that's even if we hit the budgeted number for 2025, 2026. The budgeted number has doubled for 2026, 2027,
Yeah,
and we're estimating 70 something new customers in that budget. I'm
So-
not sure that
I can
adds up.
change that to just be for the current number of customers, so we currently have 397 times 40 and then multiply that by 12. Which would be. Because I'll have to re-edit the budget based on that, but that would be $190,560.
well, 74 divided by. There's. When those 74 homes come online, that's a 19% increase in the number of users. So that still doesn't account for
Well,
the
is this your-
phasing.
Yeah, so I mean, if you took 75 times 40, that's 3,500. 35,000. But yet there's 100,000 increase.
We have 300, currently right now, when I was looking at this, we have 397 customers. That we currently go out and read, multiply that by an average of 40. Times that also by 12, is there to be 12 billing cycles?
214,000.
When I put it
I
into.
did 40, I think I did 40 though.
No,
And I got it to, and I'll update that and I'll provide to the council of $190,560.
Yeah, 1,000.
Because we've also added on a bunch of new customers since last year too.
So is it the number of new customers that's causing, like,
so,
I took out the 70, so. When looking at the revenue, and it's been a change now, so I'll have to update this budget.
no,
but the-
I'm not questioning like the 76 new houses. I'm
No.
just saying it looks between what was budgeted for for 2025 versus what's budgeted for 2026, there's $100,000 increase. So is that all new services coming online in
So-
addition to those 76 that you?
It was all of the current services plus the 74, and I multiplied those by an average. Estimate of $40 per customer and then multiplied that by 12, but so I've since then. Taken out the additional 74, so we phased in. And
But- $40 per month times 12 is $480. Times 74 is 35,520.
and then. We also currently have 397 customers.
No, that's what I'm saying is 35,520 is the addition on top of it. If we're adding 74 users. And they're averaging $40 a month. $40 a month times 12 months is $480 a year. Right, $480 a year times 74 is only 35,520. Incremental increase. Tracking?
I'm not, but I haven't eaten.
So, but I mean, so how can that double? How can-
Y'all lost me about an hour ago.
double?
Because when I shared The reason why I doubled is this, when I put it into the Excel formula, I didn't phase it as I should have, I just included it as if those 74 customers came in tomorrow, was the way that it was put at. So I've changed it to just keep it at 397, because I know that we're definitely gonna have those for 12 months.
But you add 397 and 75, and then do your equation again of 397 plus 75 times 40 times 12. What is that, a quarter million or something, 200 and something?
That's what it's represented, so I will need to.
have to go, I'm sorry. I haven't understood this.
It's a quarter of a million, yeah.
Okay, and then the credit card payments are those who have logged into QS1 and paid with their credit card. Paid online with the debit card, and those are fees that we get pushed through merchant solutions, so that's a separate. We've categorized those as a separate line item for credit card payments.
So there's a customer credit card payment.
Yes, customer credit card payments.
How is, I don't wanna slow us down, but, and this might not be something you can answer right now, but how are, how is, so credit card payments, someone makes a payment online, it goes into the bank, someone comes in and pays with a check, it goes in, it gets, I'm assuming it gets recorded in the water system billing software. And it goes into the bank account, and how is that water system billing software and the bank account reconciled? Or are they? And if they are not, I would suggest that they should be. And again, I don't wanna take us down a rabbit hole right now, but if that's not happening, that's something that I think should.
Yeah, Mr. Charles was talking about some water checks and never dash. And there will be some history there, Grace.
I don't know any history, I just know that. What comes in has to get.
Well, it's not.
If it's coming, if it's getting recorded in two different places, in the water system software and the bank account software, that should still. Reconcile. At some point.
Too, but we can go with the. Staff ones, you just don't, you know.
We can go through some of the capital improvements. I was including that with it because there are some line items for like the booster pumps of the Rural Water Association project. And we also received some miscellaneous ones for some overpayment. Okay.
The water itself, that apparently we were wasting water and manually operated, that's been fixed, but now he also says that we don't even know how much that is. That these developers don't have a building here, and they're tying into the town's water system, so they just use as much water, we don't even know how much water they're using. So whatever they, whatever. He's mentioned that there was no meter on those big valves that you see down there, obviously, we rather wherever they connect with the town system. They use the town's water as much as they want, we don't even know. He's also informed me that the Charleston County Fire Department is using the town's water system for training purposes, and we don't know how much water they're using, they don't pay for it. And my neighbors, we put water buffaloes and go up to the fire hydrants on White House Road and fill up their trucks. So a lot of water's going out and we're not being paid for. Because that needs to get fixed in a hurry somehow.
Yeah, there ought to be a law, like the water department in general, I'm not sure if I see anywhere in your budget where it talks about hiring, remember how we were talking about hiring a independent zoning consultant? Is there a way to hire an independent water engineer? I mean, isn't our water department?
Well, I mean, we don't have any specifications for people to tie in, for one thing, which is absolutely flabbergasted. So there should be a requirement for a water meter for these guys, and we know how much water they use. And, I don't know what to do about people that have access, illegal access to a fire hydrant, but I don't know how you deal with fire hydrants, it seems like we should be able to. You deal with issue with that, and then who knows, maybe somebody in the town knows the fire department, these reports, I don't know.
We're all here.
Even,
Well, I'm not talking about any.
I mean, I could see providing that service for them since they protect us, but it would still be a good idea to know.
They have a budget, everybody else pays for water, they have a budget, they should be paying for it.
And this would only be for trading purposes, not for like an emergency where
Yeah.
somebody's house is burning, but like
Yeah.
if they're using the waters for trading. There would be a way for. It'd be a policy decision that we can draft, we can have it where somebody comes and picks up a water meter. And hooks it up to the fire hydrant, comes back and they say, okay, calculate how much water I've used since then, and you just say, okay, here's your. And send them a bill. For that amount of water use.
And nobody else is using the subdivisions, but the developers, unless some, yeah, maybe,
No,
who knows?
everybody, all residents are paying for water, they need to be the developers certainly.
Yeah, we need to pay for every drop that comes out of that, somebody needs to pay for every drop.
We can work with Rural Water Association on that and have them assist us with drafting those specific policies. And incorporate that into, that way we can enforce it on those kind of sides for it. And then we can always amend our budget later.
Sure.
The local water association is a control water system problem. And I'm not sure if Tim's in that water system, you've been aware of, Mount Pleasant has a really well developed one. Would you give all the water system like a 3 or? Right, so we need to get it from a less than a 3 to a 10. And I'm not sure what that process was.
Well, we need to start off by getting some engineering specs and stuff in place for people to tie in these things. And they're saying we're gonna request these people to loop the system. You require them to do that.
And that's my point in this budget is to be to put some money aside and hire that.
Well, I mean, Mr. Brightcroft said when I asked him if he could propose an ordinance for us, he said, yes, we haven't seen anything yet. Jay Riker and I can write one.
He has been working on it. I know that he's also been comparing it to Mount Pleasant Water Works. He's been putting a lot of work into it. He's just. Not here full time.
Well, again, I'll get one for you, I'm just gonna, but DW will trust from our systems.
With the minimum amount of customers we have on the service, we do a lot of flushing. Is that helping us by letting them flush or usually doing training purposes or whatever, with that lessen the amount of time you have to flush, and vice versa, or?
Are we still we were flushing last winter,
Well, that's.
because we had a drought and the water was pretty huge.
The reason why we're flushing is because the system has not been built in accordance. with
Right,
the
so, and that was also before we had the chlorine analyzer put in.
All that is all the same package, all of the, whatever, 300 from. All of the, $254,000 of capital improvements that Mr. Rycroft recommended in here. Are all either deficiencies that were never built according to specs, because the town ran out of money.
Yeah.
Or it's lack of proper maintenance and it needs repair or replacement. So if it had been built the way it was supposed to be built, we wouldn't be doing all this flushing. We got a tank sitting down there on the ground, it's never had a drop of water in it since it was built.
So what are you proposing?
Fix it, charge the ratepayers to pay for it.
Okay,
But, I mean, why would anybody have a problem with that? And they get paid.
That's sort of, I mean, it's.
And here's another thing that I would like to look at too. If we're people are paying us to not get water, number one, I don't see how that's legal at all. But, if it doesn't seem to matter whether people tie into the system or not. And it'd be my preference, if that's okay, that nobody has to tie in if they don't want to, right? It's voluntary, you're not gonna make anybody do it. And those that wanna have it, to do it, they pay for it. And that's all there is to it, you know, and it shouldn't be that difficult to figure it out. I can't find where we even have to have a rate study done. Our code does not require a rate study. I can't find anything in the state code that requires a rate study. We just have to be reasonable and,
I did a rate study.
what's that?
Took me less than 10 minutes.
Yeah.
We need to increase our rates 40% because we haven't increased them for years.
So,
There you go.
so the blanket statement of. Can we roll on all the deficiencies in the water department? And then Paul, when you say, what are you proposing? The answer is fix it. That scattershot, that deep cast net on what to do about it, fix it. That's what I'm wondering is, do we put something in the budget that gives us the money to fix it? Like get somebody professional, it's the rural water people, or they do something about it at the cog or something, dedicate some budget, get it in our water.
Well, do we have any confidence in these proposed capital improvements are correct?
I believe so, because I believe Ron has so much experience in the water department that
He says estimated cost. I don't know what that means. I don't know if that means purchase equipment, engineering studies, and installation, whatever. But the numbers that he's got. $53,000 for the upgrade, and replace the plant two, and then, and the boosters, are $170,000, and there's some about, the coordinators and running some pipes or something, it's another $31,000, so all combined is $253,000. That would be just to put it where it would function correctly, where, and I think the problem is that this water's not going into the tank where it can be properly treated and be dispensed. That whole well is inoperable right now.
yes, plant two. So plant two is the problem with it has a higher concentration of hydrogen sulfide. And it has all of the bones to have the booster pumps there. We haven't been able to work on that project yet because in order to get, Rural Water Association has drafted us a very highly competitive grant. In order to get those booster pumps, we have it in the budget where you see 180,000 and 180,000. In last year's budget, because that was proposed to get those booster pumps so that we can use water plant two. I've also included in the we haven't been caught up on our audits in order to be able to spend that money.
Do the roots, it's the highest paid, it's the highest paid.
Thank you, Dan.
You can't.
Why do you sit them back there? Put 'em up here.
So just real quick, or no, you finished thought.
Well, there's other nuances where, yes, the water department is and needs assistance. It's not gonna be instantaneous, though. We have been making strides into making it better. It's just gonna take time, and I think that with this current budget, I've been trying to incorporate some of those capital improvement projects and also having a dedicated person to replacing our contracted services. So that it can run more efficiently and effectively. I agree too, if we wanna look at our engineering firm and our costs and those kind of making those set things, we can send out another request for services and look back at it again and stipulate in our code what we would like it to look like. There are a lot of improvements to our code that we need to do. There is a lot of work that's going into it. It's zoning and water are the two big top priorities for the town. In general.
According to the South Carolina Rural Infrastructure Authority, 2024 municipal water and sewer rate survey on charges $40.47 per 5,000 gallons of water. The lowest in the year is probably about $18. The highest is about $100. So it's all over the map.
Well, it also depends on the ones that charge $100 if you're purchasing it from another municipality or like another system.
Right, I'm just saying, that's what it costs. I mean, people, I mean, the monthly bill funds, you gotta pay, they don't necessarily care where it's coming from, because they don't have a competitor to buy it from. It's you don't get it. But, so it's all over the place, and a lot of them, I need small jurisdictions, some rural jurisdictions.
I know,
I'm gonna take a quick break to get food.
Why don't we get food and continue talking?
And that's the whole point is there's plenty of room. And, you know, I don't think we have to wait for a clean audit or a rate. And that, as long as it's reasonable and rational, and you can justify it through a budget, charge whatever the heck you don't charge. These are really short authority, they're obviously political, you know, but that's a different animal.
I agree, you gotta increase that.
Do we want to do that?
Sure, it's gonna be accepted is what the gas one association or to get. You're not getting that. I have that too young.
Man, you're gonna waste all that.
I'll take that.
Guys, it's all, I stuff.
Association told me that we have to be self-sustaining in order to qualify for grants and funds and stuff. Seems kind of self-defeating, but
Well, we are self-sustaining, we're happy.
no, I'm sorry, right, I know what you mean, I know, no, but I mean,
Yeah, yeah, that's right.
right, but what,
Yeah. But
I don't think they care where they get their money from. Thank you. We can sell them drugs and give them money and they'd still be happy and pay it.
yeah, that, I'm not, I don't do that anymore.
That's probably good.
So,
You need.
While we're eating, I'll also continue to go through, because as we've been kind of discussing these things. I will ask also Rural Water Association that if they can't get it done by the first reading for the rate study. What's the best guess estimate for us to improve it, so then that way I can edit our budget accordingly. And then also provide a recommendation at first reading of like, hey guys, this is what the Rural Water Association has stated. And this is how we're gonna move forward with that. Does that sound like a good plan?
I think so. What changed so that we don't have to go to the general fund, it's more buildings that I don't just don't cost them.
I agree.
higher tap fee, the higher tap fee, well, whatever that fee is,
Well, to accurately
Just when we started charging, well, those funds.
I know, right,
charging what we were supposed to be charging the entire.
right, and we have a bunch of people hooking up.
Hey gang, I'm gonna, John, about dating a 7-year-old. So is that, if I mess something, I can say, I can call that off, but in Grace, like, probably, you're talking about the new parent or whatever needs to happen.
For right now, is there any other questions before you would, like? I could do quick level highlights for like in 5 minutes, the remaining part of the expenditures and stuff. Or if we can schedule another meeting for me to go line item by line item.
I mean, like, you guys said it.
We have a form.
Yeah, we have a quorum in Grace as the mayor pro tem can take over.
Yeah, I'm happy to, I've got enough. Like, I think y'all got it, right? So you had.
This is all we need to do, those, just to go through the.
Just the water fund and that's it.
Right, and we just went over that a little bit, just you and me, so I could get it, really right, I got my information I need. Is that, can I do that? Is that, not? I'm gonna do that, so. I'm letting you down as the mayor, but I gotta.
You're not.
It is,
My, everybody is,
we'll be close.
gotta do programs, yeah, I do have a list. You know, I will say that it was hard work this morning, and, I don't know how maybe we sleep on, pray about it, how we try to honor Don Steve, for 22 years of service. And I appreciate everybody that had to do hard work in that account, and also, Takia. Please, thank you, step and putting the hustle on. That was, you had a meeting winner out here, but I know you're great at doing that, so I've seen what you do for the other boards and things like that, and hopefully glad you're here to help us.
Yeah.
I think we're gonna need more of them. That's what you do. I know. And Spike hadn't slept for like 24 hours.
4:30, be 24 hours.
Oh.
All right, wait.
Let's get us out of here.
So
You're buying.
the rates will probably change between this. The customer rate charges will probably change will change actually between now and first reading. Because again, just in case you were not listening, I'll be reaching out to the Rural Water Association about the rates. And if they don't have an official rate study done before first reading, then I'll ask for a best case estimate. And provide that information for first reading. In the budget narrative.
40%.
If it's less than 40%, I will explain why. The interest on investments is the same, just like the general fund. Those are, we estimated to have those changed, in the previous fiscal year I changed, it was our investment policy to be established, since we haven't had it established, I just. Put in that same number that I did at the previous fiscal year, anticipating that we are going to have an investment policy in place by July 1. The miscellaneous and the projects. I've also rebudgeted for receiving the going after the grant for the booster pumps at Plant 2 to get that back online. We separate our water bill from all of the general customers' water bills. We pay for the water that we use out of the system, and we are using. The previous budget did not accurately represent how much water that we currently use, so that is. Right now, we've used $11,000 worth of water.
What are we using?
What the heck for?
That's a lot of water.
I think what is also attributed it to is found that there was a leak at the water fountain in the park that was just spewing water. And I'm not sure for how long, but that is tied to our meter. And then anytime that we. I mean, it should decrease, but anytime that we flush the toilets, turn on the faucets, use it for anything.
For this building?
And like if you hook up a hose outside and irrigate the plants and stuff, that's just for this facility, this whole grounds.
That seems crazy.
We can inspect our lines and stuff to make sure that we don't have another tab leak, but that is why our water bill has been so high.
Playground runs all the time. Or water weird.
I had Sylvester look at that too.
I try to fix myself. What did you just say? There's a water fountain at the playground running 24/7. I put the gate back on the hinges, so.
Well, that could do it. Hopefully it was that week, because I felt like I never like was curious. That seemed like a lot. I didn't know.
But that's why I estimated a higher increase because of the large chunk that I was like, whoa. But those are all of the revenues. Now, the expenditures are, I realize. I will have to edit these because I realized I did not put in a water project engineering fee. In our budget, just looking at that, I'm so sorry for 104415 for spending on engineering services, so I'm gonna have to tweak our expenditures. When looking at it, but the reason why I highlighted the salaries is because I still believe that we need a utilities manager. I think that they will also need a part-time laborer. In addition to the contracted labor that we have with Robinson Plumbing Services. We can also use the Rural Water Association as an apprenticeship program that we can be a part of that teaches high school students at I believe $15 an hour, and I can get more information on it too for a brochure. But they would be able to handle all of that labor too. So instead of hiring like a full-time person, we could put in that maintenance tech category, that apprenticeship program with high school students. To be able to teach them valuable skills so that when they do graduate high school. They would have that skill set and potentially could be hired by us. But I put those line items in there. I think that we also need we still need a lot of contracted labor, and the difference between what the contracted labor cost was increased by, because I thought that I would get the utilities manager in house more quickly. And then I'm when what we have currently had. So, and he is paying for all of anything that needs to happen outside. So say for instance, any water main breaks that happen on our side of the system, so anything from the water mains. Installing the brand new meters, if he needs to. Change out a meter, he is providing that service to us as well. If he needs to check to ensure that a meter is working, he goes out and does it. Our water consultant also does go out to see like if the meter is just physically running at somebody's house, if they suspect a leak. He's also been going in and checking, providing a service for testing people's water at their faucets for how much chlorine is currently in there and how much, hydrogen sulfide is there. If they think that there's a problem with like flushing their pipes, we do have that. We haven't done that in a while since we've installed the chlorine analyzer, but our utilities manager would start taking that on, going house to house. Our,
So if we've got, $331,000. Basically in salaries between these 4 positions and Houston Northcutt. I'm assuming, is Northcutt's, is some of that materials or is that all labor?
so that is, they are coming in every single day. And they are checking out plant 1, so they're looking at all of our chlorine analyzer, the new motor, checking chlorine levels. They're also making sure that the system is operating properly. Then they go to plant 2 and check that. They also do, scheduling all of our flushing, like creating a flushing schedule for us. But it is mainly the labor associated with it, and they have the necessary licenses, and they have been the contractor since the water system was installed.
Right.
So we haven't revisited that contract, but the council would like me to draft a policy and, or like draft a request for services and revisit that.
There are other people that use it.
It's me.
Oh, I'm gonna go home
Okay,
and that is the people we think of.
all right. Thank you, ma'am.
Or there are other. That work.
There are other companies that do the work. So we could look at, revisit that and look at it to potentially reduce those costs, because you need to have somebody on the system with the necessary licenses in order to.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if, so we've got the utilities, none of these are like the office staff, that's. Okay, so it just.
I mean, your utilities manager is kind of in the office. Is going to be reviewing essentially what Ron kind of does.
And Ron's the consultant as well. It just seems like, I don't know, we've got. 4 people, we're paying 4 people a lot, and then Northcutt, and well, once there's not, I mean,
Once the utilities manager gets the necessary
can we
licenses,
do this a little more, is there a way you can do this a little more efficiently?
once we get the utilities manager the necessary licenses, you don't have to pay a water operator for it, because he would have the necessary, or she would have the necessary licenses in order to operate that system to meet those state requirements. Same with your water consultant. Ron is here to kind of fill in that gap, but once we hire somebody and get them brought on, you're not paying for a consultant fee anymore.
So we would need Northcutt and we would need the consultant. Okay.
You can also reduce the contracted labor with the maintenance tax if that works out, but so that's our current contracted labor has done an excellent job of installing.
Mhm.
But I just kept it at like 50,000 just to keep it more accurate with what we are currently spending. Cause I'm not sure how quickly online we can get a water maintenance tech.
So we don't currently have a water maintenance tech or utilities manager,
No,
okay?
we're
So
re-advertising.
utilities manager was the one that we thought we had to do and we didn't.
Right.
And when you're looking at the benefits and taxes, it's only incorporating the water maintenance tech and utilities manager. It's not incorporating any of our contracted employees. When you look at benefits and taxes, and that is outlined underneath, the PIPA benefits.
Okay.
Um. The water project construction, that's for all of the new, meters that we're putting in and any of the like. New tie-ins and then also, paying for meters as well. I could separate those two for just specific meter purchases and specific, and like physical construction expenses so that it's more detailed for the council.
That would be helpful.
Capital improvement stuff.
Yes, the capital improvement is for the. The ones that I budgeted for were the booster pumps that we would get the grant for, but then also the. I believe it was the $53,000. That was in the 12-page report. To include those two, those were the two main capital improvements that I think that we should do in the next budget year. Now, if the council would like to change that at all, I would be happy to. But I used that kind of recommendation. The other line item, the credit card charges. So we pay a site monthly fee to have that credit card service paid each month. But I didn't realize it wasn't included in the previous budgets. But I re-added that line item back because we do pay a monthly fee to our processing. Yes. That they automatically take out from. If we
That's all
change,
the per transaction fees. Is it a per transaction fee or do we pay them? Like a
they
per
automatically
transaction fee
take it
and a
out
monthly
each
fee?
month. They take that out as a monthly fee. But I can confirm the breakdown of that for you for the upcoming. Before first reading.
The other thing I wanted to ask you about were the payroll processing fee seems really high. We're paying what, 3 people?
For the payroll, we're only paying out actually one person. It's only Ron Bycroft's that's coming out of the payroll, but I can check with paychecks as to why that one's higher.
Yeah, cause we pay like. I mean, it's less than. $300 an employee a year. Just seems like a lot.
I can check on that.
Okay, thank you.
The other thing too that I recommend is our utility software that we currently use. Is not providing the accurate accounts that we need to in order to get this water system back on track. Or on the track that we need to be fully self-sufficient. It's not user friendly. It's not able to produce reports quickly that I can provide to the council. For instance, how many customers do we have on the mandatory connects that we would need for the ordinance? I'll use that as an example. It won't be able to pull that report easily for us when it should be, I should be able to manipulate that, like, with the snap of my fingers. In order to have the interfacing more fluid with our accounting software, we use QuickBooks Online, be able to reconcile them better. I will need to go into that process to make sure, like, to ensure that we are doing it, but it's not. It's not the best at doing that and being able to have customers log in and see their whole account as like a snapshot. Our software can't do that right now. The way that you can interface online is just to make a payment. You can't see your consumption or anything related to that. I think that we should go out for a request for proposals for those. I've sat through a couple of them that I'll send out that RFP to send us a formal bid. But I think in this next fiscal year, we definitely need to get something that. It would be nice if they would be able to communicate with our water meters. More fluidly and be able to have it be more not only customer friendly. but user friendly as well. For in staff, so that it's not. It's extremely labor intensive to use that software, and that's speaking from personal experience. Of how I like to compare it to an Access database of the way that it interfaces. And it's. There's better software out there.
Access, is complicated. Yeah.
It is, but it's
Oh.
not like, it's more of like a database, it's not pulling out reports. And I asked the auditors again when they were here, they have stated that a lot of customers that they have that are water customers are getting off US1 for the same reasons that I listed.
Do you have some recommendations for, have you talked to people about other systems?
I've talked with, I'll reach out to the utility. So it's the South Carolina Utility Billing Association, I can see what, other utility customers are using. But I have sat through some that are current, Core and Maine, who we purchase our water meters from, they also gave some recommendations for ones that would be compatible with Neptune 360, which are the meters that we currently use.
I'd only recommend that we wait until we get this utilities manager on board. To make sure that person is gung ho for whatever software that you select. Because that person is gonna be really the main driver on that. And I'll give, so I'm going back on, I know since I've been in the seat. We voted to approve QS1. And then Gregory left and now we're talking, well, QS1 needs to be replaced. That's a common scenario with software, any software in any organization. So let's make sure that the new person likes the software.
Sounds good to me. I will incorporate engineering feedback, highlighted that for me, I thought that I did when I was going through the budget, but I realized that I left that blank. And, 24,415. So those expenditure line items will change. I also left the line item for travel expenses as the new hire on a utilities manager. For them to be able to go to different seminars and trainings that they would be able to. Continue their education. The dues and subscriptions did increase because we were, when I was looking at the budget to actuals. One of the subscriptions is a payment for South Carolina Department of Environmental Services that we pay each year, and it wasn't accounted for in previous budgets under that dues and subscriptions, but it should have been accounted for in that one.
Can you break those down?
I could.
Please, thank you.
So those will, just so that everybody knows, I'll be breaking that down as the first reading of the different ones that we pay. The shipping and postage has also gone up because that is paying for all of the bills that we mail out. And we do currently use QX1 for that. They mail out the bills for us. It's not done in-house. And it's increased slightly from what we previously budgeted because we added more meters.
Yep.
Into it. Repairs and maintenance. I actually budgeted, this would be for any of the buildings itself, and I budgeted. We actually can, and I believe. Councilman Krauser noted this at the previous budget workshop where we did budget to fix. The shed over well one, that would be coming out of this repairs and maintenance line item. Where we did budget $60,000.
You did budget that for?
We did, so
Just can't get a contract or problem.
we'll get it, right now, we'll. Send out that, or get that done before the end of this fiscal year and get that fixed. But I've halved it for, upcoming for any other. Miscellaneous repairs to plant 1 and plant 2 for like physical building. That would be separate from the construction expense. Well, there. The loan retirements, the same each fiscal year. We pay, we have two USDA loans. We pay one of them at, $2,099. That comes out each month from our bank account, for 12 months. The other one is paid in two different payments. One is $207 and the other one is $1,130. That was set up through USDA. I can check how many years we have left, but I believe we have somewhere close to like 40 years left paying off.
How many?
40.
40? Good.
That's a long one.
That's an asset.
Huh?
That appreciate, doesn't.
Yeah, it just is flat with USDA.
What is that? That's a casualty stamp, and then it looks like all that stuff that they're asking. It
Is
costs you money.
the electricity and internet, like the power to run the pumps for the?
Yeah. Yeah, so that's the, thank you, sorry, I skipped a little bit in there, so the electricity and the internet is just physically for the electricity for plant 1 and plant 2, and for the pumps. And then the internet inside of there for communicating with any of the apparatuses or apparata. I'm not sure the plural name for it, so I'm sorry.
Why was there such a big difference between the budget versus actual?
Because I was using, last year's budget, I was using, when I was preparing it, when I first started, I was just using budgeted numbers to budgeted numbers. Because we were so far behind in our audit that we didn't have the 23 audit completed yet. But this year I based it off of the actual numbers.
Okay.
I didn't put anything for the repairs for the truck that we use because we're gonna be selling the truck and the Traverse. So I didn't put in. That was done at the last. At the last meeting, the council voted to sell the Traverse and the truck and purchase one vehicle for the town. So I haven't budgeted any repairs for that utilities truck. The capital expenditures for the equipment, that includes booster pumps and then the $53,000 that was recommended in the 12-year plan that was provided by Ron Bycroft, our water consultant, and so those are our expenditures. And then anything that we can transfer into our reserve fund for the leftover to make it balance is where that line item comes from. So that way it's a complete balanced budget. And that includes the water fund and everything related to budget. For the show. Was there any, if you guys have anything else as it comes up from this meeting that you're like, wait, Catherine, I would like you to clarify this before first reading. Please feel free and let the other council members know too to send me an email so then that way I can update my budget maybe.
First reading will be
May.
Okay, so. I think we need to set some specific action items. Like, will you what's an unreasonable time frame for you to make the updates we discussed today and get that back to us?
Definitely by May. So like.
I guess what I'm trying to get at is, can you make?
So the week before, it would be like the absolute latest, before like everything would be April 30th. Is a week before the town council meeting on the 7th.
Okay, so what my hope was is that you just make the changes we discussed today. And get this back to us with time to digest that, and then if you want to. That time to come back to you before that meeting.
The week before that would be April 23rd. So then that way it'd be 2 weeks before first reading, and then that way there would still be a week of cushion in between the two, so I will make that. If I can't make that deadline, or if there's some items that won't be really good to that deadline, I will explicitly tell council why.
That sounds reasonable.
I'm just adding it to my calendar.
Anything else?
No.
Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
From the man who has not slept for the day. Do I have a second?
Second.
Do I have any discussion? We stand adjourned.
Thank you very much.